KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
So this is my mission. Oh yeah. So many times in life I've been let down. Surrounding myself with everything and anything that's a letdown. But not no more. Nowadays I'm wiser. When the smoke clears, I know we'll be standing left when the chips are down. Who only wants what's best for you? So now you know who truly cares, not just for you, but the best for everyone. Who truly cares like that anymore? Who truly cares to sacrifice their lives for you? Nobody cares like that no more. My eyes are open and now I see that everyone's far from thinking like me. Something of value is taken away, but that's the time to change their mind state. But too late, cause I'm tired. I'm seeing humanity taken for granted by the selfish and the selfless. Pollution of the soul is so unkind. So this is my mission, to find the people who truly cares, not just for you, but the best for everyone. Who truly cares like that anymore? Who truly cares to sacrifice their lives for you? Nobody cares like that no more. Truly cares, not just for you, but the best for everyone. Who truly cares like that anymore? Who truly cares to sacrifice their lives for you? Nobody cares like that no more. Who truly cares? Who truly cares? Who truly cares? Nobody cares like that no more.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
When it comes to dance, is the song in my native language. Bahu kanta, ta 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 mo, ta 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 mo, ta 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 mo.
Antes de niga Radzals and malak estrezas Durante todo em memu A nogi distância Como cupo palo Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Rastafari and I, we chanting to this world now. Boogie man or Rasta man, you know we breaking it down now. Boogie man or Rasta man, you know we break it down now.
Bring a different mood to an almost worse with a praise.
What soul they say?
What a chick be nude and the boys be worse than a bee.
So let be.
I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
BAOTOMANUA, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we blow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city, burn it till it burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic won't stand up, I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, hold me down. Cause the guys know that me smoking keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. With the new expansion to this group instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa, I will pray. Only there I know may come true. Every day opu manu apango pango, listen I return. So bring us that beat back.
I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing all the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought that was a joke. But now I'm jamming with my boys, them would say I know to. Don't really care, don't really know. Cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow.
I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
Respect now, be Bob on the mic. Respect now. Last night I just got it right, spinning it around me, making it bigger. Then now here I come. Be Rob on the mic, about to tear it down. Lots of love to the boys in the hood and most them girls I see. Give me numbers, pretty girls, if you know what I mean. Living life in the north side, you know that's how we roll. Test us, we stay burning like whoa, 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 whoa. Be Rob on the mic every day. Be Rob, Jack come down and save them. Be Rob, fellas hold on your ladies. Be Rob, a giant, I'm a crazy.
I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride him like one bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from Lady, going back
Morning, Guam! Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. It is a full sunrise already.
It's beautiful out there. The
Sun's
moon,
up, guns up.
it's a little. Oh,
Well,
excuse-
no,
do you have a license for that,
No,
Jay?
that's more like water pistol.
You got to go do a walk-in at Rev and Tax for that.
Yeah.
No, that's not a water pistol. That's a sling.
No, that's not even a sling. Okay.
619. I had a nightmare the other night that I was doing that good morning and I couldn't stop because Joe Sir was like taking forever out there. That's what I think. That's what goes out through my head. I'm like, damn, Joe, how good is that sunrise that you're not coming back in yet? I'm almost dying over here, turning purple.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question about
Oh, okay.
the
Guys,
psychology of YouTube?
good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Interesting how you brought up a nightmare, right?
This is our friend Jason Solis.
Yeah. Okay. Have you guys had the nightmare where you're falling?
Yeah, what does that mean again? Does that mean you're sexually frustrated or
No, I think a great change is coming.
great change is coming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys had the nightmare where all your teeth fall out inexplicably?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you ever had the nightmare where you're like, you can fly, but you can only slow fly? Like you can just like, you got to like get a running start and then you got to like,
No, mine hasn't been flying. Mine has been trying to run away from something I'm afraid of, but I can only run in slow motion.
Yeah, I always have this recurring one where, well, with the flying, it's like I'm trying to get away from somebody, but I got to run start and then like kind of like float up, but I'm too slow and then they're grabbing my feet. There's probably some psychologists out there listening are like, okay, Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Bree doesn't really talk about her. What kind of nightmares do you have, Sabrina? Because I'm curious.
It's been so long since I've had a nightmare.
Wow.
Lucky you.
Good for you. You know why? She's got a clear conscience, Jay.
Oh, yeah.
She's not carrying the baggage that we got in this life, you know what I mean? This gangster life does things to you. It breaks some people. Other people get nightmares.
Let me see if I can
When
use
I
the-
sleep, I'm out.
Let me see if I can take a picture of Bree with like the Instagram the halo over it.
Bree is like, I don't got time for nightmares. I got a newscast to do. It's 6:21. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. 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 To our viewers on Facebook Live, also our viewers on KUAM TV. Good morning on you. It's Thursday, the 11th day of March. And welcome to another episode of The Link. Good morning to our friends at Burger King and Rudolph Rodolfo Jr., a great name to have around the holidays, where you can get the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper, both very super Lent-friendly. Rosemary Laguatnia. Good morning, team. Thank you, Rosemary. She's a very big Link supporter. She hangs with us throughout the whole show.
And if we do this show 365 days a year, she is our first commenter 363.
Right.
You know, we've been doing this show. Next Monday is going to be a year.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm sorry. Next Wednesday is
Are
going
we
to be
getting
a
our
year
medal?
since we've been doing this
Are we getting
show.
our medal, Bree? We're getting our resolution. Are we getting a resolution from the legislature?
Yeah. But and
Okay.
Rosemary Laguardia has been the very first person to jump in and
Right.
send her.
But you know what else is more important than that, Jay? I see her in the comments. She's very well informed.
Yeah.
I could tell Rosemary Laguardia, watches the news, reads the news, because she comments on so many different issues. And, she's usually got a pretty good questions, Rosemary Laguardia. Maybe you should put in an app over here at KUAM. But thank you so much for jamming with us.
Hey, you know who also is here? One of our top fans who joined us for Top Fan Tuesday several months ago. Brown Sugar Tea is here.
What's up, Brown Sugar Tea?
Hey, T, are you still in Long Beach? You said remember she said she was planning on coming back.
Yeah, she was, what we interviewed her, was she in Vegas?
Yeah, she was in Vegas.
Well,
Yeah.
but she was in. It's funny. She's from she's from Inarajan, but she moved to she moved to Long Beach,
Right.
and then when she came on for Top Fan Tuesday,
She was visiting-
in Vegas at the DMV.
Right, that's right, yeah. So
Coolest multi-layered story ever.
thank you. I watched this documentary there's this lady in there that reminded me of you, Brown Sugar Tea. Not because I was thinking, man, this lady reminds me of somebody, and then I was, now I put it together. Yeah, it was this documentary.
She had the best greeting too, because like she's there like literally at the Department of Motor Vehicles
Right.
in Nevada, and she's like, "Hot fuck! Can you guys hear me?" I was like, super cool. I was like, dude, we felt that.
That's
man.
like
That was
throwing
awesome.
up the Chamorro bat signal in the States. You're like, Hoffa! Hoffa, you guys, who's from the islands here, the Marianas? Then when people start looking, you're like, oh, okay. Hey.
No, you know what you should do? Well, okay, we don't want to get any members of the Link fam like in any sort of like trouble or danger, but for those of you mainlanders who are out there,
Those of you mainlanders.
when it's safe to go back to the mall, go into like a crowded, that's going to be for a while, but just yell out, Hoffa! One of these days, and it's like, see who turns around. There's Guamanians all over the place.
You know what? You say that, they're going to turn around and come kick your ass, bro. If you say it like that, Hoffa!
No, not like that.
Oh, not like that.
Like,
yeah,
no,
don't say it like that, guys.
Hoffa with the question. Well, no,
Yeah,
yours is with the
yeah.
question mark.
Mine
too.
is with like 10 A's after it. Like, Hoffa! And a question mark, exclamation point, exclamation point. Yeah, don't say it like that. Say half a day. Buenas.
There you go.
You know, something like, say it nice, Jay.
And how much you want to bet? If there are 100 people in a socially distant room, there's going to be like maybe 6 or 7 that turn around and they're going to go, hey, man, I'm from Tamuning, you know.
Chris Agagi, Port Strong, good morning. Janaron Fegiger, good morning. Happy Thursday. Angel Pete, Quintanita Castro. Good morning, familiar KUAM News. Mananasi Duz. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis also checking in here. Johnny Cassian. Good morning, KUAM. And all y'all Chookies peoples running in.
Running in. Oh, and Debbie was. I saw Debbie on. Yeah, and then Debbie on her.
Yeah.
And Debbie on her Facebook timeline was saying she's almost to the point where she's going to get the vaccine out in Kentucky.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're ahead of the curve here in
Mama
vaccine
Bear, we're
country.
praying for you.
And we got the Johnson and
Got this
Johnson here.
over here, Bree. What's that?
We got the Johnson and Johnson here.
Okay, we were talking about this yesterday, right? Johnson and Johnson is such like a household name.
Right.
But we're like, what products does Johnson and Johnson make? I know that
They make baby oil.
baby oil.
Band-Aids.
Band-Aids, baby powder. They bought a whole bunch of companies, so they went from Band-Aids, baby powder to I think they probably even make cars now.
Also, they're a conglomerate. They're like
They're one of
Berkshire
these
Hathaway.
the Johnson and Johnson empire.
They're like Warren Buffett's company.
Yeah, a brand you can trust that I want to come out with a vaccine, Western Family. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, remember that when we were kids, right? When you would
That's
walk
a brand you can trust.
When you would walk into
No
Payless,
frills, no marketing. You're not paying some CEO $28 million a minute. You're just getting the goods.
When we were kids and you would walk into Payless, the two brands, I mean, they were super generic, was Springfield and Western Family. I mean, the soda was, the lemon lime soda was really, really good. And it was cheaper. Okay. And I just want to add, okay, everybody out there watching, hear my words because this is from the heart, right? Do not hate on those cereals that they keep on the lower shelf. The ones in the bags, because those are good. You ever try those? The discount cereals, way in the
It's not
bottom?
discount, bro. Those are, what brand is that?
It's either
Post? Is it Post?
No, it's not.
No,
Post.
they're Springfield or Western Family, the generic companies.
No, and it comes in the big bag.
Yeah, like the
so
Tastios and-
I forget what brand it is, but that's actually the brand. What they do is they recreate popular brand name cereals, but without all the bad ingredients.
Wait, so you're saying they're healthy?
I'm not saying they're healthy. I'm just saying the Cocoa. What do you call that? Cocoa Pebbles.
Cocoa Puffs?
The Cocoa Pebbles version. It has rosemary in it. That's what I'm saying.
Rosemary?
Yeah,
really?
it's organic, and there's so that's what's down on those lower aisles, and it's usually a better value.
It's like, oh, I'm eating Lucky Charms with kale.
That sounds like $1 million idea, Jay.
It's like, hey, Chris, Sabrina, what are you eating there? Oh, I'm feeling bougie this morning. I'm eating corn pops, but made of quinoa.
Also probably this morning we'll end up talking about this. What was her name?
Marjorie.
Marjorie Green. Funny, you knew exactly who I was talking about.
13.8 thousand views on our Instagram feed of what is now I guess we can consider that an infamous video, right?
Yeah. Someone had put in the comments, wasn't that other guy, Hank Green, right? He was a congressman?
Yeah.
The one who said that Guam is going to tip over?
Tip over.
Yeah. He was also from Georgia.
Oh, that's right.
I think I got a cousin staying in Georgia. I need to send her out on some, enforcement duties. And this video just really kind of, like Jay said, got a ton of views and sparked a bunch of responses that we'll probably talk about during the show. 628.
And it's going to get the delegate a box of cookies, apparently.
A box of Chamorro chip cookies. So I'm getting the eyes from Bree. That means we're going to do news now at 628. From the KUAM News team with the very latest right here on the link. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Manzanani.
Off it, everybody. Guam is at the centerpiece of the Department of Defense's strategy in the Indo-Pacific region to combat the increasing threat against China to the United States. The strategy is part of DoD's $4.7 billion Pacific Deterrence Initiative, or PDI. Okay, other news out of D.C. It's making the rounds on social media. A quote from freshman Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The House will be in order.
A final vote on President Biden's $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package is expected in the House soon.
A once-in-a-lifetime pandemic requires bold investment, and that is what the American Rescue Plan is.
The so-called relief bill will end up costing every hardworking taxpayer in America more than $5,000 each.
Included in the bill is an extension of federal unemployment benefits at $300 a week,
An excuse to expand the welfare state and pay people not to work.
money to help schools reopen, increase vaccine distribution, and support for state and local governments. It also includes a tax credit of up to $3,600 per child.
This is a good plan that provides direct assistance to the people of this country that need it.
And there will be a new round of stimulus checks. $1,400 for individuals making $75,000 a year or less, and $2,800 for couples making less than $150,000. Those will start going out this month. President Biden will be able to sign the bill into law this week, as the nation marks the one-year anniversary of the global pandemic and shutdowns across the country.
Our focus now is on the address the president will be delivering on Thursday night. During his first primetime address, he'll talk about COVID, what we've been through as a country, and what the path forward looks like.
The immediate focus is on increasing vaccine distribution to reach as many people as possible.
Today, we're averaging above 2 million shots per day.
The Biden administration is purchasing 100 million more doses of the Johnson & Johnson single-shot vaccine. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
We believe our hard-earned tax dollars should just go for America, not for what? China, Russia, the Middle East, Guam, whatever, wherever. Right? If we want to build roads, if we want to put money into schools, if we want to build border walls, we want it right here at home. This is easy to me. It's easy to us, but it's not easy to Washington.
Law this week, as the nation marks the one-year anniversary of the global pandemic and shutdowns across the country.
Our focus now is on the address the president will be delivering on Thursday night. During his first primetime address, he'll talk about COVID, what we've been through as a country, and what the path forward looks like.
The immediate focus is on increasing vaccine distribution to reach as many people as possible.
Today, we're averaging above 2 million shots per day.
The Biden administration is purchasing 100 million more doses of the Johnson & Johnson single-shot vaccine. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that 4 out of 313 test samples taken Tuesday came back positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 1 reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine, bringing the total of officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of last year to 7,756, 133 deaths, 23 cases are still active, and there have been more than 7,600 recoveries. As for hospitalizations, there currently is only 1 person hospitalized for COVID. The CAR score remains at 0.1. As far as vaccination numbers, a total of 56,595 doses have been administered. 33,281 have received their first dose, while 23,314 people on Guam are fully vaccinated. $210,000 from the Department of the Interior has been awarded to the Guam Fire Department for the purchase of 2 advanced life support vehicles. GFD's Emergency Medical Services Bureau responds on average to 12,500 calls annually, often requiring ALS assistance. The past year has seen a rise in emergency calls for ALS services, with individuals experiencing COVID-19 symptoms, including difficulty breathing, body weakness, and chest pains. Additional ALS vehicles will also allow GFD more time to disinfect vehicles after use and still provide services, minimizing downtime. The federal funding is part of an over $8.7 million grant under the Office of Insular Affairs Technical Assistance Program, recently awarded to help Guam prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID-19 in the areas of health, safety, and addressing Guam's homeless population. We'll have more news after the break.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Significant legislative victory as he works to stabilize an economy still struggling to rebound from the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a statement issued by the president on the White House webpage, for weeks now, an overwhelming percentage of Americans, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans have made it clear they support the American Rescue Plan. Today, with final passage in the House of Representatives, their voice has been heard. Quote, now we move forward with the resources needed to vaccinate the nation, to get $1,400 in direct payments to 85% of American households, to expand coverage and help with lowering healthcare premiums, to give small businesses what they need to stay open, to expand unemployment insurance, provide food and nutrition assistance, to help keep a roof over people's heads, to cut child poverty in half. This legislation is about giving the backbone of this nation, the essential workers, the working people who built this country, the people who keep this country going, a fighting chance. Again, this is a statement from President Biden. I want to thank all the members who voted for it, especially Speaker Pelosi, the finest and most capable speaker in the history of our nation. Once again, she has led into law an historic piece of legislation that addresses a major crisis and lifts up millions of Americans. On Friday, the president looks forward to signing the American Rescue Plan into law at the White House, a people's law at the people's house. That is the statement from President Biden on the House passage of the American Rescue Plan. And as we've all been hearing, Guam is anticipated to receive $661 million from that package. Governor Lulian Guerrero is expected to come on our show, I believe, at 8 o'clock this morning. And so make sure to stay tuned for that. And earlier we talked about Guam at the centerpiece of the Department of Defense's strategy in the Indo-Pacific region to combat the increasing threat against China to the United States. Again, that strategy is part of DoD's $4.7 billion Pacific Deterrence Initiative, or PDI.
It's a deep water strategic port.
During a Senate Armed Services hearing in the nation's capital today, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command Chief Admiral Philip Davidson testified that as a result of China's buildup of military and cyber capabilities, that the U.S. has to step up its game in the region.
Missile defense is the hardest thing we do. And if I'm the manager of a baseball team, I can have the best defenses in the world, but if I can't score some runs, I can't win the game.
And a major part of winning the game, according to Admiral Davidson, is increasing the military's lethality by introducing the Guam Defense System, or GDS, which is a 360-degree persistent air and missile defense capability.
The structure that's out there right now, the THAAD radar, is not capable of meeting the current trajectory of threats from China.
Admiral Davidson telling the Senate Armed Services Committee that the 360-degree air and missile defense system would be capable of meeting cruise missile threats and ballistic missile threats from the land, sea, and air in the region. It must be delivered in a fashion to protect from the activities they are seeing China can conduct, which is circumnavigation of Guam and the CNMI.
Most importantly, we all have to understand, Guam is U.S. territory. We have 170,000 U.S. citizens living on Guam. Their defense is homeland defense. We have 21,000 U.S. servicemen and women and DOD employees as well, plus their families. It's a deep water strategic port, major fuel stores, munition stores, command and control. It is a major power projection airfield for us in the region.
Admiral Davidson says China was sending a message with a recent propaganda video of Chinese bomber forces attacking Andersen Air Force Base.
Guam is a target today. It needs to be defended, and it needs to be prepared for the threats that will come in the future, because it's clear to me that Guam is not just a place that we believe that we could fight from, as we have for many decades. We are going to have to fight for it.
The Admiral adds Guam is where America's day begins, and we must fight for it given the threats we face in the near term and the foreseeable future.
We have to demonstrate that any ambition that China might have and any threat it might put forth towards Guam would come at cost.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
Not only this defensive capability, which I think is so critical because it prevents at cost.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani. Meanwhile, today, the House Armed Services Committee is having a hearing today on national security challenges and U.S. military activities in the Indo-Pacific region. We'll have more on that tonight on Prime Time. Following up now on that fatal crash we broke right here on the link yesterday morning, Adriana Cotero reports.
We know full well that when we see something of this magnitude, one or two things is attributed to this, that somebody may have passed as a result of this crash, or somebody seriously injured may pass.
According to Guam Police Department spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, shortly before 6 a.m., a blue Toyota Corolla was heading east on West Santa Monica Avenue near Wettingell Elementary School, when a male driver lost control of the vehicle, ran off the roadway, and collided with a concrete wall by the Hall Sharoma football field.
As a result of the crash, a male driver was identified as the fatal, with another male passenger who was listed in critical condition had to be transported to Guam Regional Medical City for treatment and care.
GPD closed the roads from West Santa Monica Avenue to the Northern Public Health Building for about 5 hours this morning. GPD is working to identify the deceased driver and has yet to identify the relation between the two men. Sergeant Tapao wants to remind the community to adhere to traffic laws and speed limits and refrain from impaired and distracted driving.
We just want to bring to the attention that further up the street by Benevente Middle School, there was another crash that involved 5 pedestrians, and the strip of road we consider it to be a dangerous strip because of the surface area, the pavement, and of course, just people not adhering to the speed limit, which I believe is 15 miles per hour because it's a residential area and a school zone area.
This case is ongoing as crash investigators have yet to determine if speed, alcohol, or drugs were factors in the crash.
We are asking the community if anybody may have witnessed the accident before the crash, if anybody may have witnessed the mannerism of the blue Toyota Corolla either traversing or traveling or motoring on West Santa Monica, or we want to say further towards Route 1, that can aid us with this case, to please call our crash investigators to our dispatch at 472-8911.
if you want to run for political office, you'll have to submit the results of a drug test. That is the intent of a bill by Senator Jim Moylan that was heard Wednesday by the Government Operations Committee, but also begged the question from one of his colleagues, what about the rest of GovGuam employees? Here is Nestor Lecanto with more.
Moylan said candidates already must validate other sensitive issues, such as no felony convictions of moral turpitude or criminal sexual conduct. So why not require drug testing?
But we do know that we have a rising drug-related cases on island. So I believe it's important that our electorate get the assurance when seeking our trust, when they go into the voting booths, toward these elected officials having a drug-free lifestyle. Because as elected officials, we know that we play a major role against illegal substances.
Senator Joanne Brown said she had no issues with the bill other than she believes candidates should also be tested for marijuana use. But her bigger concern is over what she says is an apparent overall lack of government drug testing.
Having been the Director of Public Works for a couple of years, I did experience, Mr. Chair, where I did have bus drivers. And unfortunately, in some cases, only because an accident or an incident happened that required a testing of that situation, that we ended up finding out that we had some bus drivers, unfortunately, again, thank goodness it's a smaller percentage, that were on crystal methamphetamine, that were driving our children around.
Brown contends that there has been an erosion in government responsibility with regard to drug use at a time when drug abuse is rampant within the community at large.
That bothers me more than anything else, especially because it leads to all the other issues and crimes that are happening here in our community. And I think that's a bigger issue that we also need to look at. I don't know if we need to mandate that those drug tests happen in designated positions. But I think we need to set a higher standard. I have no problem being in an elected capacity of taking a drug test. But I think we need to ensure that our public officials, and that includes everyone that gets a paycheck from the people of Guam, also are responsible individuals in this community that are also setting the standard and setting the better example.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And again, the House has approved the final version of President Biden's $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill, handing President Biden a significant legislative victory as he works to stabilize an economy still struggling to rebound from the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, Governor Lulian Guerrero will be joining us live here on the link at 8 o'clock this morning. Guam is anticipated to receive $661 million from the president's package. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night will bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby. I'll deliver you flowers.
Good morning, it's The Link. East West Rental. Good morning, East West Rental. Cabo Enterprises IT&E carrier 647QO. That's COOL. From Aircon babies out there at 650. Let's get right into the KUAM News Zoom room where we were cut short yesterday because Jason tripped over the Wi-Fi cord. But we're bringing her back on, and I know she's got a meeting in just a few. So, Daph, we'll just go round robin. Good morning, by the way.
Half a day and good morning. Morning, Chris. Morning, Sabrina. Morning,
Thanks.
Jason, and good morning, Guam. As you know, I think probably the biggest news is that we're hearing that, of course, the large stimulus bill that has been being discussed and going back and forth with the Senate and the House was actually passed by Congress already. So I guess it is now, on its way to the president's desk for him to, sign off on. And so that's something that, again, everybody's been anticipating and is looking forward to. Probably the number one question now is, okay, what's going on with the IP3? What does it mean for me? We're still reviewing the documents. Of course, there have been some changes. I actually was just on the phone with my IRS counterpart, kind of discussing some things. We're still kind of reviewing documents. And, as soon as, of course, it becomes law, our team will be meeting with the IRS so that we can make sure that we get moving on processing EIP3s for our people. I think that some of the things that are most significant are, of course, as people know, it's $1,400 for individual filers, $2,800 for joint filers. And then what's different now is that for the dependents, it's $1,400 for eligible dependents. And it appears that, at least based on the most recent versions that we were reviewing, that with regards to the dependents, the gap that we saw before with regards to dependents, where it did not include adult dependents or, of course, dependents who may be older than age 16. The versions that we've been looking at, and again, this is, we are still in review. So the versions we've been looking at, it appears that dependents will be covered as long as they're eligible dependents, whether they're adult dependents or child dependents. So I know that that is good news. The thresholds, though, I think may be a little bit different. So where we before saw the thresholds, or we saw the phase out of the EIP happen, I think in EIP 1, it was in the first single filers, it was right below 100,000. For joint filers, it was right below 200,000. And then for EIP 2, I think for single filers, it was about 87,000 or around that amount. I think we're seeing lower phase outs in this particular version. But again, we still have to review and make sure that we understand it. But, again, I think this is very exciting. Of course, we still have about 8 days before we're going to be done with paying out all of our EIP 2s. We're working on that. Our team actually last night was working on, we make sure that we do validations of social security numbers. We, confirm people's information with the IRS before we pay out. Again, we're going to be paying out EIP this week, just like we have been EIP 2 this week. And then, of course, our last round of EIP 2 will happen on or before March 19.
Right on. Let's just move on to, I guess, tax refunds is the other pressing issue that people want to know about.
Absolutely. So with regards to tax refunds, what we've done, as you know, I believe in the last week, we had already paid out all of the A status returns or refunds for those returns that were filed on or before December 31. We're expecting another check right this week, and of course we'll announce, what that will encompass when we're done with the processing. But yes, as of I think a couple weeks ago, we had already processed with the 1231 A status returns, and so that's very exciting because of course. I think that was right at the end of February when we did that, and that means that really we're like within about 2 months of the filing of returns or of the returns becoming A status, we've been able to pay that. And then, I want to just give a shout out to my team for, working really hard to get processing done. And of course, again, it's been a huge goal of our administration to make sure that we pay out refunds. And so, I've mentioned this before, but back in March or around March 2019, we began working with the Department of Administration to make sure that we make, refund payments on a regular basis. Outside of a few exceptions, we've been making refund payments on a weekly basis. Again, in an effort to make sure that we have consistent payments to our people, and that also, of course, we get these payments out as quickly as possible. So I know, one of the things that's been very important again is to make sure we get these payments out, and we're happy to say that at least as of the last week or so, we had already paid out all of those A status refunds through December 31. And, again, we're working on some check writes, I know, this week, and we'll announce what the timeframes or what the filing dates are for those refunds.
And what about because I know that you're still getting a lot of people lining up for the walk-in appointments at Rev Tax for the various services. Daph, is there any effort underway to satellite location or anything to deal with that backlog, or do you guys have it under control?
Well, so today we did vehicle registration. I was just out there in the parking lot checking. I think for vehicle registration, what we're seeing is that it's becoming a lot more manageable. We were able to actually, when I was out there, we did even have some open slots. So we're seeing vehicle registration, a lot of people are doing vehicle registration renewals online, and likely a lot of the people that are coming in now for vehicle registration services are those that need to maybe do a change of ownership or something that you cannot do online. So that's good news. As I mentioned, we have been working to try to move out our vehicle registration branch. Once we move out vehicle registration, we'll be able to do driver's license 5 days a week here at Barragata. That's kind of our first the first thing that we're trying to focus on. And we believe that once we're able to do a driver's license 5 days a week, that will help, of course, our people, and then we'll, again, be able to do driver's license 5 days a week here, and we'll be able to do vehicle registration at our satellite location once we're able to get that going 5 days a week as well. So, those are the efforts that are happening. In fact, I have meetings this morning to discuss that because we're working to get that underway, and we're trying to do it as soon as we possibly can.
So with the third round of EIP, sorry, because people are just sending in the questions now. You've been really quick about standing up the processes, especially with the EIP too. So do you anticipate like a timeline? I mean, I know the president hasn't even signed it yet, right? But I know a lot of people need that stimulus. The stimmy.
Absolutely. Like I mentioned, we're still focusing on EIP2, and we have about just a little bit over a week to get that out. We don't have a timeline yet, but I know like if you kind of look at this last round of EIP, where we were able to complete discussions on our EIP implementation plan within about like 3 weeks or so. Of course, perhaps that can be a good gauge, but really, it really depends upon our discussions. There's a lot of things that are engulfed or included in this particular legislation. It is not only EIP3, there's also the child tax credit that's included, and as well as the EITC. And I know those are huge efforts that, have been worked on, and we're very excited about. And those are things, again, that we're working to review as we discuss, of course, all of the changes with IRS and how that will impact territories. Those are the discussions we're going to have, not just on EIP3, but also on the child tax credit, the advanced child tax credit for the single year. And then also, the EITC. One thing that I wanted to share though about the EIP3, which is different, at least from our perspective, is that was very significant. Here at Rev and Tax, we have been discussing with the IRS and requesting for administrative fees for the administration of these programs to be provided or paid to our territory. Our IRS counterparts have been great advocates for us in this effort. And, of course, our governor and Congressman Nicholas as well have, communicated that to the federal government. So we're excited because it appears that, at least for the administration of EIP3, that our government will not have to worry about utilizing general fund monies. And so, again, that's very important to us because we want to do our best to, keep intact all of the general fund monies that we have. So we're excited because, again, for EIP1, we did not get administrative costs covered. We were able to utilize some of the monies that we got through the coronavirus relief fund, same with EIP2, but we have been communicating with the IRS on this. And so we're very, very excited that, of course, through the efforts of Rev and Tax, our governor, and of course, our governor has been communicating with Congressman Nicholas on this matter, that we're going to be able to actually get some administrative costs. So when we're administering these programs, we're getting not only the funding for the program itself, the payments to our people for the EIP, but we're also, excited because we'll also, again, be able to get some administrative costs covered. And that's significant for us, again, because we want to try to, especially during this time, keep our general fund monies intact and not have to utilize it to manage these programs.
Daph, just real quick, I know we talked about this offline, but Lester comments in EIP3, is it going to be based on 2020 filing or 2019? Do you know offhand?
The language in my discussions and in the versions that we've looked at, it looks like it's going to be primarily based on 2019 returns. So we'll look at 2019. However, if you have a validly filed and processed 2020, I think that then we'll end up using 2020. So primary year is 2019, unless you have a validly filed and processed 2020 return. And I'm sorry, Chris, I have a 7 o'clock
I know, I
Zoom
heard your
call.
calendar go off. Yeah, okay, Daph.
And so I've got to go, but thank you so much. And we'll get more information to you on the link and to your link listeners as soon as we get it. Have a great day, Guam. Thanks a lot.
You too, Daphne. Thank you so much. All right, there you go. Daphne Shimizu. Appreciate her coming back on ahead of her 7 o'clock meeting. I don't know if you guys heard the notification go off there, but appreciate that. Good thing she's a fast talker because she's able to squeeze about 30 minutes worth of information in a 15-minute interview. No, for real. It's 7:01 here on the link. It's Thursday, March 11th edition of the show here. And, everybody was talking about this Marjorie Greene thing, Jason and Joe, sir. And then Congressman Nicholas had released a statement, and he said that he was that Marjorie Greene is a new member of Congress, and that as part of the outreach, they're going to send her Chamorro chip cookies. Which I was like, I think we should send Chamorro chicks, not Chamorro chips. They send a bunch of Southern girls just to straighten that Karen out, bro. She'll be singing our praises by tomorrow. So I don't know, Jade. I think we should send some crowns too. Let's just overwhelm her with stuff. I'll send her some Denancy.
I was gonna say you should send some of your hot peppers in there. No, it's hard to forget Guam after you tried Chris's Denancy.
Yeah, for real. 7:02 again. We're KUAM FM Agotnia Guam on the radio side with the breeze, and our viewers on KUAM TV. Good morning. We're coming back with our friend Glenn Lujan to talk about the Doring Jesus Memorial. Of course, Auntie Doring was the first COVID casualty, Jay?
Yes, on March 22nd last year.
Right, and so
exactly a week after the pandemic started.
And because of all the protocols and restrictions that were in place, like so many that were lost, especially during the first surge, they weren't able to do a goodbye that we're kind of used to, because when in our culture we set the bar for goodbye. It's way up, and I think that was one of the things that our people struggled with so deeply, was not being able to gather for the funerals. Doing rosaries through the Zoom. Right, so we'll get.
But Glenn did break new ground and being able to pray the Holy Rosary, over.
I think he set the Guinness Book of World Records for the most turbo rosary too.
Yeah, and actually, Glenn's rosary when he was praying for Auntie Doring and everything, that was the first virtual rosary that I attended. And
right.
I've done several, but his was the first, and
Right. So we're going to get Glenn on after the break. We'll take a really quick break and come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Over the mountain, past the valleys of darkness. Stand up, girl, I'm waiting for you. And over the rainbows, behind the pretty colors. Stand up, girl, I'm waiting for you. Because I feel for you, I love you, baby. Don't you know your love, it drives me crazy. Cause I
Welcome back, everybody, to the Link on a Thursday morning. A good buddy of ours and a member of the Link fam, Glenn Lohan, is joining us in the KWM News Zoom room right now because Glenn actually reached out to us yesterday, and he private messaged me, and he just said, hey, I just wanted to let you know that Auntie Doring, she will have a proper funeral right now. I immediately understood the context, everything he was talking about. So Glenn, thank you for giving us some of your time. You know, you're a teacher. You always wake up early, and you're always very, very gracious to join us in comments and everything like that. But more importantly, we will be able to honor the memory and the life of Dorothea Zita Jesus, something that was it was such a heartbreaking story when we reported this almost a year ago today. So good morning to you, and thank you for sharing the information.
Yes, good morning. Buenas and half a day. Total Samzo out there.
Yeah. So I know you were very, very close to Auntie Doring, but you know, in the time that's passed, and for people that you know, it was such a hard story to report, for people to digest. And I remember the family was saying that it was so heartbreaking for them because they had actually found out that Auntie Doring had fallen ill mainly through social media, which is very impersonal and everything. So, you know, in the time that you've been corresponding with the family and everything like that, you know, how has it been for them?
It has been a long journey. You know, again, I had to talk to Lisa first, which is Doring's daughter, to get permission, because, you know, this has been a very sensitive subject for all of them, the entire family, actually, because it was you know, back then, you know, around this time, we didn't know much about COVID, and, you know, there were so many things going around. listening to the reports of the CDC, the WHO, the government preparing for all this, and it really was a challenging moment for the family. So it was very hard, very hard. So there was a lot of obstacles too along the way. Again, people not knowing this, people were, and I'm gonna say it, people were cruel and mean. They really made a lot of hurtful comments. So it's been a challenge, and I really felt for the family. Knowing this, we really had to keep it under wraps because we weren't sure, of what was happening at the time. So a lot of it was everything had to be held in confidence because, again, we didn't know a lot about COVID, and we didn't know what to differentiate between, is it a regular illness or this is the COVID illness? So when we found out that Doreen fell ill, we were greatly concerned because it was very scary. So yeah, it's been a long journey, but the family has found peace. They're doing what Lisa's carrying on what her mom would like her to do in terms of the funeral arrangements, and it's easier now because Lisa's children are here, so they will have a proper burial and memorial service for Doreen.
So they're going to say goodbye in the traditional way that our people
Correct.
always have to their grandma. So what is that funeral going to be like?
Well, as most people on Guam have already known since after the pandemic, the funeral homes now, they are conducting the public viewing, and then it's also live streamed on YouTube. They've set it up there, and it's going to be held at ADAS on March 20th, and it's going to run from 9 to 12:30 at ADAS Mortuary. And then what happens is if you guys haven't gone to a funeral yet, and if you've gone to ADAS, you go in at that time, the staff will give you a beeper, like how you would wait for your food, for example, at Capricciosa, and you're waiting for a table. They'll give you a beeper, you park, and it's controlled. You wear your mask, following appropriate safety protocols, your mask, sanitize. You go in, and then you present your beeper. They line you up, social 6 feet apart, and then you go in the line, pay your respects, and then you go out, and that's it. So it's kind of like a walkthrough, and it's a quick funeral, but you get to see everyone. But again, it's controlled and following all safety measures and in place.
And you do get that opportunity to say goodbye and
Yes.
pray for Auntie Doreen, even though it's been a year since.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
you do get to do the thing. You also get to offer the family your condolences, correct?
Correct. And then after that, when that time is done, then the body will be, Doreen will be taken to, then as standard practice, the body gets taken to the church. They have the funeral mass, and then it's off to the cemetery for burial. Very quick. It still follows our traditions where, like you said, we can come and pay proper respects, but it's a little bit more modified now. We don't gather. There's no food serving. Some families have been creative, and they would make grab and go. They'll like a sandwich, an empanada, and put it in those bags and pass it out to the guests that arrive, and a bottle of water. So it's somewhat the same, but it's modified, catered to our following the safety protocols.
Okay. Well, one thing I know that it was, and when Chris and Sabrina and myself we were reporting this last year, is it was so. I mean, we were just overwhelmed with grief even before we learned of Auntie Doreen's story, because we said for people that are sick or people that may pass, we don't know what the future of the world's going to be, and we want to be able to pray for recovery and for the souls of the people that have left us and everything. And one thing that you really did, and I said before we went to commercial break, is you really broke new ground by having nightly rosaries, not only for Auntie Doreen but for a great many people on Facebook Live. And actually, how long did you do that? Because I think you were doing nightly rosaries for 3 months straight.
What started out because when we found out that Doreen was sick, one of my other good friends, who's Auntie Doreen's niece, Yoli Palarca, she was she was distraught, and she wanted to find comfort. And like I said, we can't get together and pray. So she goes, Glenn, can we say the rosary? So and I'm like, how? And that's when she goes, let's do it on Facebook. And I didn't know about Zoom then. So
you've become quite good at it in the time since, my friend.
So, I've been learning along the way myself with our technology, but we started that with just Facebook, just so that the family can find comfort, and our friends that were close to Doreen join in, and we just pray. And little did I know, that led up to the events that, when Doreen ultimately had passed on, we just followed through the prayers, and people started messaging me saying, hey, could you just remember this? So what just started basically was just for Auntie Doreen and us, led to everybody praying together and finding some comfort. So we did it for 100 days. We did it for 100 days.
So practically
and we ended
4 months.
Yeah, so we ended, I just did it on the 100 days. And then then later on, we took a break, and I had noticed that families started having their own virtual roses, because I was encouraging everyone. I said, it's not just, don't just, we're all at home, sit and pray together with everyone, sit and pray with your family. And that was a big message too, that I learned from being friends with Doreen over the years. She was very close to her faith. She prayed a lot. And she always stressed that, that saying, the family that prays together stays together.
Yeah, she was 68 at the time of her death, and what we've heard about her in the time since, that she was a very devout Catholic. She was very heavily involved in the church. Had this amazing voice that she would she would lend through ministry and song and choir, and she played guitar apparently really, really well too.
Yes. And I also worked with her when I became a teacher at Ordot Chalampago Elementary School. For those that went to Ordot, Doreen was one of those teachers who was a legend in her own right. She loved teaching. She loved education. She incorporated music, most especially the Chamorro culture. Oh, she loved it when it was Mes Chamorro was her month. I remember the school would do big plays, a big production, and Doreen is the director of it. And also with our faith, Doreen is an active member in Chalampago Church, the choir, which I'm a part of. I always remember seeing Doreen singing. I didn't join the choir until later on, to about maybe in 2012, but Doreen was there, and she was so happy when I joined, and she's like, sing from the heart. That's what she always says. Alrighty.
Yeah, I remember when I was attending those first few rosaries for Auntie Doreen that you were hosting on your Facebook Live profile, and I remember joining in prayer, and it was amazing to see how many people were joining. But then people were also saying, initially they were saying, admittedly, it's probably going to be weird. How can you do the Holy Rosary over Facebook Live? And then people noticed that, hey, I can actually join in the prayers in comments. It's not strange. There's still a sense of community, and I still feel as if I'm connected to my church through this. But I remember, Glenn, when you were praying, I believe it was the first or second night for Auntie Doreen, there were several times during the Rosary when you yourself broke down, and it was hard for you to continue because you were so close to Auntie Doreen.
Yeah, it was really hard because Doreen, we both come from Chalampago, so I've known Doreen ever since when I was growing up. Our families know each other from church, and then when I worked with her at Ordot Elementary, as a teacher, and I know her kids, so it's like we're just all one family. And seeing this happen, I was in shock. I was in total shock. And, Doreen was like a mother to me. We shared a lot of things together. We went through a lot of, challenges and trials together because as Doreen lost her son in December of 2006. Back when he was serving in Iraq. And then I lost my mother of January 2007. So we were both going through our own grieving. And when we both came back to work, we would be there for each other and comforting each other, getting through it, our grief, losing the loss of our loved ones. But it was. When I think about her, I still cry. Even like when we go to church and sing in the choir, and we look, and Doreen has this one spot there upstairs. She's still there with us in spirit, but it's, seeing her not there physically, we're all still in shock. And it's a year now. It's a year ago today, or around this time, actually. Yeah.
Well, Glenn, even though we will finally have the opportunity to say goodbye in our traditional proper way, we of course will never forget, and we will always remember. So how would you, as such a close friend, as a colleague, as a family member and everything, how would you like Auntie Doreen's legacy to always be remembered for all time?
Oh gosh, again, Doreen has always held her faith strong, and I think that if it's anything that we can learn about this, and to continue to remember and continue Doreen's legacy, is to pray. Doreen always stressed the fact of prayer, and we've lost so much this whole year, and I think it's our faith and our prayer that has got us through this entire pandemic situation. And I think that's the message that Doreen wants for all of us, is to continue to pray, have courage, stay strong in our faith, don't keep believing, because with God all things are possible. No matter how hard the challenges get, God will see us through, and we're going to be okay. I know that, because that's what's been getting me through.
Amen.
And I know that that's what Doreen would want all of us to continue to do, to continue to pray and enjoy life, enjoy our family. And yeah. Whew.
Glenn, we're not trying to cry in the Zoom this year, Glenn. You're testing me.
I know.
Testing me.
I know.
Well, that certainly is the message, and absolutely it will be a message that will not be lost. So,
hallelujah.
Amen to that, Glenn. Thank you for sharing those words.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Hey, Glenn, let's get you back on during Holy Week. We'll do like a whisper.
Oh, we have to whisper like this.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
Okay, because the Babin Charisma is going to get us.
All right. Sure, Glenn. Thank you, huh?
All right, Glenn.
All right.
Have
Thank
a
you,
good
everybody.
day in school, and thank you for some of your
That's
time.
right on.
We'll see you in comments, Glenn.
Okay, Glenn Lujan there. Also, is a superhero in his day job. He's a teacher.
Yes.
So great job
And
there.
Orta Chalampago Elementary, they are the anteaters, correct?
The home of the ants.
The ant?
Yes.
Oh, the ants.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
not
your
the
aunt
anteaters.
works there, doesn't she?
Huh?
Doesn't your aunt work there?
My cousin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my aunt works there. Ants, Jade, ants. Got it.
Oh.
Joe Sir got it. Right on. Okay. It's 7:21. Let's keep it in the Zoom room. And guys, this next interview was, I did it for the chow, guys. I hope you appreciate it, Jason. As GCC, the Culinary Academy. This is something they did pre-pandemic, and I was talking last night. I was able to go to one of these events that they have where they do like a monthly buffet, and it's the students in the culinary program over at the Guam Community College. And I didn't know what to expect, right? Because it's like culinary students. But the one I went to, oh my God, OMG, boy! Let me tell you what. Yes. It was awesome.
And it is an academy. Let's I mean, there are courses you can take, there are schools, and then when you go to academy, I mean, you're talking next level. Yeah.
Right. And
GCC has always turned out top-notch chefs.
We do have Chef Paul, and I know we have Janelle and Calvin, who are students with the GCC Culinary Academy. And we'll get them up in the KUAM News Zoom room here, Jason.
Yep.
Thank you. Good morning, GCC. And Chef Paul, good morning. Good morning. So the buffet it's Pecor 3, so I know it's back in action.
Yeah, and chefs, go ahead and unmute your mics if you can, please.
Oh, turn the mics off?
Oh yeah, just unmute yourself, please. To the students as well.
Right on.
There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, tradesmen. Are they still the tradesmen?
Oh, that's old school.
Good morning, GCC.
Yeah.
Chef Paul, good morning.
Good morning.
So I got the email in my email about this. So you guys are doing the buffet, and not just because I haven't seen it in a while. What was the deal during like the pandemic? You guys obviously I'm pretty sure for like the surges, there was no buffet. But what about more recently? How have you guys been able to stand this great event up again?
This is what we did. We're starting it because of social distancing and GCC protocol, and basically buffets are obsolete for this time.
Right.
So we're incorporated a banquet, buffet, and takeout service. So we're gonna do takeout box lunches. So, and we'll set it up banquets, buffet style, where the students will be ready to pre-plate the boxes as in a banquet style and then serve as takeout.
Yeah, you're making this sound really fancy, but at its heart, it's basically balutan to go, right?
Exactly.
Wait around that corner, chef. And so, how do people? Because I know that normally during the pandemic, a lot of people don't know that this is just something that you can kind of go check out when you guys do these buffets. But for this takeout, who can avail of these takeout plates? Because it's really an awesome program you guys run there, and I mean, frankly, it's like chowing at the hotel or the fancy restaurant.
Yes, that's correct. But actually, everybody's invited. The community, GCC, UOG, the whole island is invited. But what we're doing is we're demonstrating to the students real world scenario for to prepare for only 150 guests. So first come, first serve. There's no pre-orders, no call-ins. And because this is how they can calculate the food that we're going to use in the budget and how much that we need to prepare.
Let's talk with some of the students here. We have, is it Jamie? Good morning, Jamie. Janelle, good morning. Calvin, good morning. I guess, first of all, guys, if you want to tell us what's on the menu for today.
The menu, because we're actually preparing you some lunch before your show goes off. We're doing Hawaiian seafood style lau lau, which is wrapped in banana leaf, steamed huli huli chicken, barbecue, roasted sweet potato, mango slaw, salad, island barbecue corn, and then Hawaiian banana bread pudding with macadamia nut brittle, vanilla anglaise, and a strawberry coulis.
All of that, chef?
Just only $10.
Well, that sounds great. And we're getting that around 9:30, guys. So excited. We'll do a night. Joester's got his camera ready.
Oh, and Chris is watching his watch like a hawk.
I know. I'm just saying, we're doing our part just to promote what these students are doing, Jay. It's got nothing to do with the free meal that we're going to get later. Nothing at all.
Yeah, you're all about education.
Right. Chef Paul, and maybe if any of the students want to kind of answer this, how does it feel to kind of be back in the kitchen in full swing after this year of pandemic? And we saw that, restaurants were hard hit, and a lot of them have had to pivot. And I don't know if any of you students work in the restaurant industry, but I guess we'll just start there. How good does it feel to be back in the kitchen over at GCC? Calvin, go ahead, Calvin. Calvin!
For me personally, I think that it's great that we're back since we did one semester online, and to me it was kind of hard since I didn't have the special equipment that we have in kitchen. So I'm really grateful that we're able to be back and learn as well.
Did you miss your classmates?
Oh yes, very much. It's really it was just really hard for me to see them online through the screen, because one great way of being in culinary is we're able to see each other and taste each other's food as well, so that we're able to learn.
Jamie, what about you? How does it feel to be back in the kitchen? And, we heard the menu from Chef Paul. What was one of the dishes here that you really had a lot of fun putting together?
So coming back to the kitchen after almost a whole year off, it was refreshing and exciting to be back in the kitchen, because it was hard doing it at home with lack of equipment. So for us students right now, us three, we're just helping Chef Paul run operate the buffet takeout rather than making the food. We're leaving that to his students that are partaking in the takeout, because right now us three are just practicum students.
Okay.
So we're just helping Chef Paul to supervise
As part of
like,
the assembly
later on,
line.
if you come, they're gonna see us in the yes. So no, so later on, you're gonna see us in the front. We're gonna be in charge of the money. We're the cashiers for every takeout.
Janelle, welcome back to the kitchen, and just your thoughts on making a return and you know, getting this food out to people here in P-Core 3.
Like what Jamie and Calvin said, it's very, although things are a bit different and stricter protocols, it's still a very great way to learn, and experience is experience. So being back in the kitchen, I think we still have a lot of ways to improve our skill set, and we have all the support from our chefs and our loved ones.
Nice. And I just got this from John over at GCC. Every Thursday during the takeout event, Culinary also donates 75 plates to Catholic Social Services as part of their community outreach work. I remember you guys were doing this before the pandemic too. And while we're on the pandemic subject, Chef Paul, I wanted to ask you this. How challenging has it been for you to incorporate, as I'm sure you have, all of these like COVID-19 protocols into just the food preparation? Because I know that already you guys run a tight ship over there at GCC, but there are added protocols on top of those existing ones that we've all had to kind of get used to doing during the pandemic. So how's that been for you guys?
Oh my gosh, Chris, it's been challenging because, you know, we had to actually raise the bar on food safety and personal hygiene. You know, we got hand sanitizer everywhere. We sanitize the room. We do temperature checks. In fact, when the guests come in for the lunch, we have to do temperature checks on them. And then every day the kitchen is even cleaner, which we're going to hold it at that bar, at that level, because we sanitize, because we have the next class coming in. And we had to modify the amount of students in the class because of social distancing. So I'm running 13 because I can hold 13 in the kitchen safely. And then we have the PM class with 13. Usually we have about 20 or 25 students in the kitchen at once.
And then, Chef, let's talk about the way forward for you guys, because, you don't just do you've already pivoted to do the takeout plates, right? But there was a couple times I remember you would have little competitive events there at GCC Kitchen Stadium, right? Are we planning on starting those up again?
Yes, we are. This is, we're doing Salon Culinaire. That's affiliated with GCC and the Micronesian Chefs Association, where we have the student competitions, chefs competitions, but we're still on the planning phase right now on how to reintroduce it so we can do this safely.
Nice. And so we're definitely excited. I'm getting extra orders here on the WhatsApp from my coworkers, so I'll message you offline, Chef Paul. I think you're making everyone salivate this morning with that menu. And again, guys and Chef, if people in the public, maybe they want to grab a great lunch and support this awesome program today, when can they go by GCC? How much is it? And just what are the protocols for getting some of these great plates?
Okay, so I have Janelle, Jamie, and Calvin. They're going to assist in the flow, in the cashier, temperature check, and sanitation. And we open at 11 o'clock. We're prepared 150 lunches. It costs $10, and it's worth way more than $10. And it has a variety of foods inside the box, including a separate box for the dessert. And then we also are running dinner with a different menu, and that's going to start up at 4 o'clock to 5:30 is the window for service. First come, first serve. When we're out, we're out.
And how many plates do you guys have available for just the general public, Chef?
150 all day.
Okay. Right on, Jay. So it sounds like we got dinner plans.
Okay, so 150 minus the four of us. So,
Yeah.
so technically 146.
146. All right, so Chef, good.
No, I made special for you guys. I added the other 4 boxes because we have to get that ready now because it's going to be picked up in about an hour to be delivered to you.
Appreciate it, Chef,
thank you,
so
Chef.
much. And, let's make this a regular thing. I mean, you don't always have to feed us every time. But if you want to, we won't, we're not going to say no. My grandma taught me. So appreciate
this is the way we do it on the island style, man. We gotta take care of our people here. On the Catholic Social Services,
right.
We are donating and we want to give back to the community. A lot of people lost their jobs during the pandemic and the struggle is hard for them. So we're trying to create a nice, healthy, wholesome meal for them. Every Thursday during the meal, they come at 4:00 and then I assign the students to create something, a dish for the social services to help.
Chef, I know that a lot of, when I was there last time, a lot of the students in the program also kind of work in the restaurant industry or in the hotel industries. And is that kind of what we have here with Calvin, Janelle, and Jamie?
Yes, a couple of them are actually just focusing on school only, and then they're going to go to work. And we're waiting for the hotels to open up. Some of them have opened up, and then some of our students are back in the hotel, and then there's still a few that are on furlough.
On the PUA. Hopefully you guys are on the PUA. Hopefully, right. Chef, appreciate the great work you're doing, especially that Catholic Social Services donation. And I see Superintendent John Fernandez is...
He's not going to turn down a good meal.
I don't know if his mouth is watering or what, but he made his way on the Zoom. Good morning, John.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me come on during this segment. A lot of our students in culinary, the culinary track on GCC come right from our public schools and have done culinary in high school. So they got a lot of experience, and when you see them out, in the hotels, when hotels are back open and you see them out there, or, when they're in GCC continuing to get their experience, makes us really proud because we know they're well-trained. And boy, if I had known that my 20th anniversary was yesterday, I would have tried to get you guys to find a 20th anniversary meal. But nevertheless, I really wish you good luck in this next endeavor. And thank you for all you're doing also for the community. It's great to hear that.
Well, John, they have a $10 dinner, and it's still your anniversary in the States. So there you go.
It's an anniversary week.
All right, Chef. Students, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you later on. And let's make this a habit.
Thank you so much. Yes.
God bless you. God bless you, Chef. We'll see you guys. Okay, 7:36. We're going to take a quick break, come back right back with Superintendent John Fernandez of the Guam Department of Education next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Catch the link. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Dinner in a snap. You don't even have to leave the couch. fast, safe, reliable delivery. Make the dash to Uno Go now. Uno-Go.com or download at the App Store today. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
They're doing some great work over there at GCC. I hope you're hungry for lunch, Bree. I got lunch today, guys. No. Allow me.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Jay?
How benevolent of you.
I'm just doing what I can to show you guys that appreciation. In the immortal words of the late Tupac Shakur, y'all appreciate it. Guys, it's The Link. Let's jump right into the Zoom room here. I'm not sure how many of your interviews start with a Tupac quote, John Fernandez.
More should.
I know, right? Should be the norm.
Well, actually, literally, when the pandemic first started, like John had all eyes on him. So.
Yes.
Oh, Jay, I got it there. Huh? Well, I'm pretty sure John's got ambitions as a writer, but for now we're just gonna have to find out about his ambitions as a superintendent. John, good morning and thanks for joining us this morning for a little catch up. Bree, where do you want to start?
Let's start with the meeting last Friday and your presentation on the plans for expansion and how it was received by the board.
Yeah, absolutely, and good job for keeping track, because I know there's so many things going on, and I did mention last time that we had a meeting we had a work session really on Friday, and as part of that work session, we really wanted to answer questions from the board about how we could move from where we were today to maximizing in-person instruction, heading into the next school year. And let me just say first that it's always been our goal, and it has to be our goal, to return our kids back to our schools. I mean, our school facilities, to get them back face to face with their teachers, so they can be engaged and they can be assisted, and they can get the support they need right at the school sites. And I think it's become even more urgent I mean, that's always been our goal, but it's become more urgent. I think I had a hearing this week where Senator Frank Blas asked about, how are we going to address learning loss? I think, Sabrina, you asked the same question. And I have to just say, look, I think the key strategy is get the kids back in school. I mean, that's how you're going to assess them effectively. That's how you're going to keep them on track, provide interventions, provide supports, work with them individually, and so forth. It's like, and I likened it, and I hope it's not the wrong analogy, but I said it's like trying to fix your car. You can talk to the auto mechanic on the phone, but at some point you just need to bring the car to the shop. You have to, you need the kids there so we can see exactly what's going on, hear from them directly, and kind of get away as much as possible from trying to do everything through distance learning. It's tough, it's new, and it's not going to really it's not going to be the core of our strategy. Even though we want to see things like online learning continue, it's not going to be the way we get out of this pandemic and address the consequences. So that was, that's a key, and I think the board shares that vision. The second issue was that we presented all the numbers, and I think to start off with, we said, look, right now we offer 3 models of learning, and we are able to support all 3. But if you look at the number of face-to-face available slots, these are the slots that are in those existing cohorts that go to school once a week, and they alternate. We have a lot of seats that are still vacant. So I think, what that shows us is that parents are not yet all feeling comfortable about returning to school, or if they are, they're interested in just saying, hey, why don't we just, get through the year and then we'll start again next school year, if they're, when we feel very, very confident that that's going to work for us. So we said, the first thing we have to do is reopen registration for students, and that's what we've done. And it's always been open. Parents have always been able to just register their kids and get on a waiting list, but we don't have any waiting lists anymore, as the schools have really accommodated those who are trying to go back to face-to-face. So parents who are interested in returning to face-to-face are still able and should continue to register at their schools, call their schools. You'll be given a registration form either online or if you pick one up at the school, you're able to do that as well. But go ahead and fill out that registration. Even if it's past the start of the fourth quarter, go ahead, and the schools will work to accommodate you. So that's the message out there for the parents. If you are ready to go back to face-to-face, we welcome you back. That'll tell us how many students will be in each of the different models of learning entering the fourth quarter. I think the other issue that we expressed to them is that there are the face-to-face students who want to go multiple days. That's going to really depend on the schools. So after we get through the initial registration rush, once we get those numbers down, we're going to determine which schools have the ability to collapse their cohorts from 2 to 1, for instance, and have them come both days of the week, so we can start to multiply the amount of instructional time. I believe that we have most of our 41 schools who are able to do that, based on our current numbers. But there are a handful that may not be able to do that because they have a higher number of face-to-face students. So right now we're looking at the possibility of letting the schools go ahead and multiply the days of instruction for those face-to-face students. But we do have to be aware that not every school will be able to do that based on the number of students they have. And again, over the next week, we will sort out which schools those will be. And then the third issue is this: if we want to maximize instruction and we want to focus on instructional time, trying to do 3 models of learning is just not working. It's just too many things that the teachers have to do. They have to take their lessons. If they're working on all 3 models, take their lessons and translate them into 3 different models. One that they can deliver online, one that they can do face-to-face, and one that they have to write out and put into a hard copy packet. So we've talked to the board. We said, look, we initiated all 3 models of learning to accommodate the situations of families that may not have the ability to go online, but who do not feel safe going back face-to-face. Now that we're in a safer position as a community, we have to make a determination about what direction we're headed. And it's pretty clear that the board wants to move back towards in-person instruction. So that's our priority. And as a backup, to keep online learning as the backup in case we go through another round of school closures. So that leaves hard copy out there, which, number one, has been very difficult logistically to handle. I mean, in terms of the preparation of lessons, the distribution, the completion, the collection, and then starting all over again. That's been one issue. The other issue is that academically speaking, that is the most challenging because of the fact that there's really limited, if any, teacher and student interaction. So for that reason, we recommended to the board that if we are going to maximize in-person instruction, we have to consolidate our 3 models into 2 models. Let us focus on in-person instruction. Let us focus on online. And for those who are on hard copy, which is probably about just a little bit less than a third of our students, for those who are in hard copy, give them an option to transition into either face-to-face or online. Now, maybe a few months ago this wasn't possible, but I just got word earlier this week that the shipment of laptops that we've been waiting for to come on island have arrived. I don't have the numbers yet, but I mean there was a few thousand at least of new laptops that have arrived on island, so that we do have and are confident in the availability of the laptops. And then the second issue is that we're pretty close to the end of the waiting period for the internet project to be able to move forward. So after we go through the procurement process, there is a 14-day waiting period during which we come to a standstill and await any potential protests. But once that window goes by, then we're able to move forward. So I don't know, I forget the exact date, but we're close to the end of that period, probably at the end of this week. And then, and that gives us the confidence that if you are currently in hard copy and you don't have the ability right now to go online because you don't have a laptop or you don't have internet access, that will be taken care of. And we'll be able to get you the internet access and the laptop. So if you don't feel comfortable coming back face to face, then we can help you transition online. So the board meets on Tuesday to take action to give us, we hope to give us their support in moving in this direction. And then what we plan to do is, if that's the case, we can use fourth quarter as a transition period to get more face-to-face students on, to multiply the days of instruction where it's possible, and to start to transition students to get them ready for either face-to-face instruction in August or to move online. If you're gonna move online, we're gonna go ahead and want to get you started during the fourth quarter. That doesn't mean that you have to just completely forego your hard copy. The hard copy model will continue to provide those materials, but we do want you to, as early as possible, to get that laptop in your hands, to get used to it, to learn how to log in, to learn how to access your materials, so that when it comes to August, we're not starting out by distributing laptops and starting to do a lot of training. So we can use the fourth quarter to transition students who don't want to go face-to-face, who want to go online. That'll give us a good opportunity to get them ready to go when we hit the summer and when the first quarter begins. So that's kind of the overall gist of our meeting. I think they were very pleased to see that we weren't just coming with a recommendation. We dove down into all the numbers, and we ran the numbers at every school, and we were able to show them, where we were, what the different schools looked like from the standpoint of their enrollment. And with that, on Tuesday, we hope that they will give their support so that we can move forward all on the same page and begin letting our community start to make the transition that's necessary.
What about the discussions regarding, as you guys try to expand and with face-to-face, what about discussions on the 6 feet social distancing so that you could fit more students into the classroom? I think you were.
So that is a challenge, and we're not really up against the 6 feet, the 6 foot distancing issue yet.
Okay.
But we're not at a max capacity yet. Mm-hmm. So we still have room to accept face-to-face students before we hit that. Okay. But at some point, you're right. With 6 foot distancing, that'll limit our ability to go 100%, back to face-to-face. So that discussion just has to continue with the public health and our doctors and our lieutenant governor, who we meet with on a regular basis. It just has to continue, and to see whether we'll get into a position where we'll be able to adjust that distancing measure at all, or whether we have to start looking at expanded capacity at the schools. But that's really a difficult one to tackle, to try to expand capacity. People have talked about, well, you can open up additional classrooms and use the cafeteria and do a lot of different things that you could physically do to a facility. The problem is we don't have an overflowing number of teachers. So you might have 3 rooms, but if I have 1 teacher for that class, we have to figure out how they're going to effectively, address all students. So again, we're going to have to work through that. I heard Dr. Hoa earlier this week talk about the promise of, vaccinations being a way for us to get back to more normal interaction. I'm going to want to talk to them about, whether that will impact the distancing requirement and give us an opportunity to bring more students back to school. So, a lot of things that we hope we can work out over the summer, but right now we're planning on the 6-foot distancing being in place. And that means that we'll still have to go to at least 2 models of learning, and we're planning for online and in person.
Is there any update on the education stabilization funds and the plan? I'm not sure if it was submitted to USDOE yet.
So by next week, we should be able to have a more public final numbers, I guess. I just received a draft last night to review before we submit to USDOE. So, and again, I've been really hesitant to talk specifics about numbers, because even at the last stages, we were working with special education division, we were working with our private, nonprofit schools to try to solidify, make sure that what they were requesting was in and budgeted appropriately and so forth. So a lot of work on those details. But I have a draft that I'll be reviewing today, and then I'll have a better opportunity to brief our board and to brief the general public as to the amounts and the types of supports that ESF2 will be used for. Again, to focus us on trying to get trying to get our kids back to school. That's really been the focus. I think the ESF1 was safety, get the supplies for PPEs in, get distance learning going so the kids don't have to be at school and so forth. But now we know that the solution is really going to hinge upon getting as many kids back to school as possible. So we have a focus in this next round on trying to get our schools situations addressed in terms of the facilities. So whether that means the restroom sanitizations, more hand washing and bottle filling stations, shields for the teachers and students, canopy repairs to ensure that we have space for the kids to be able to to be outside with the physical distancing. So those are some of the items that will be in the proposal. But again, we'll finalize that this week, and we'll be able to share more, later this week or beginning of next week.
Okay. We have a question from one of our online viewers. Is Gdoe going to have the national placement test that determines each student's learning level? I'm talking about the test that's given at the end of each school year.
So we are working to do that. We have a transition at the U.S. Department of Education, and the implementation of our district-wide assessment is federally required as part of our receipt of federal grants from USDOE. So while we were able to waive some of the locally required assessments, the English language arts and math assessments that are required by USED are still required. They haven't given us any guidance to go without implementation of the assessments. Now, we just got a recent communication from USDOE, and I'm having our curriculum division go over and advise me on this, which understands that there is a pandemic going on, and that it might not be, not all states might be able to safely conduct the assessment for all students. So there are some flexibilities that are being considered which might lead to the inability to assess every student. And what I mean by that is, right now we know that we can probably assess all of our face-to-face students. For those students who are not at school, we have to consider, what we can do to address them. And if not, this might be the year where we're not able to assess all students. I just think that USDOE does want to see some type of assessment in order to gauge the impact of COVID-19, but recognizing that there's still many states who are in difficult situations with the pandemic. They are not in the position of requiring us to bring kids back to the school facilities to do the assessment. So we're working through those details, but I think right now the answer is yes. The assessments are still required. We'll provide more information as to who will be assessed this year and how that will be conducted.
John, we did have a viewer concern here, and this is kind of relative to the return to normal with PCOR 3 and gate testing done at the school sites. Are we back to normal with that, or are there still some issues with the protocols or whatever?
Yeah, so we did receive concern about gate testing being held at the schools, and usually, for gate testing, they usually is school-based, and then we do have a special education pre-gate testing, which my understanding has always been held at our headquarters. And so I think we had a concern about bringing the kids over to Tizen for testing when it should be done in the school sites. But my understanding is that our curriculum and instruction division has been trying to find ways to accommodate those requests. And so I think for any parents who are out there who have questions, we're going to urge to try to get that communication going with the curriculum division. And so I'm happy to pass that on if you have any information you want to kind of forward my way.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's it.
Was there anything else?
Well, the other thing I just wanted to kind of point out is, as we get back to normal, I'm just going to have to express my concern. And, we just had 2 major accidents at the Santa Monica Avenue, I guess. Is that the right road? Right out there yesterday in front of Weddingale Elementary. And then, a couple of weeks back at Benavente Middle School, the same strip. And, as we start to return more students back to school, I'm going to just ask, the support of the community and our agencies to make sure that traffic rules and, people driving are, just really extra cautious. We're lucky not to have any students out. We did have employees who were involved in one of the accidents, but, just to have 2 accidents taking place, two pretty horrific accidents taking place within a narrow time span on the same street. So I talked to Mayor Savaras, and we're going to talk with DPW and see what we can do. But I just urge everybody to be extra careful now that school is back. We're not fully back, but when you see buses and kids out there, it just concerns me when we see these kinds of accidents happening so close to our schools. So, we can get the message out there. I appreciate that.
Okay. I actually did have one more question, and it's related to the State of the Island address. Number one, did you have a reaction to it? And number 2, the governor did mention Simon Sanchez High School.
Yeah, the governor has been very supportive of Gdoe, and what I mean by that is that one of our biggest issues has always been funding, and the funding that was appropriated, they've been getting it out to us as scheduled, as we need it. And I think we have one concern about whether the property taxes will come in, because some of our budget is predicated on property taxes. But for the most part, we haven't had the need to go back to the administrations and beg them to release our funds. They've been pretty good about that. But there's a lot going on, though, that is under, behind the scenes, and a lot of work that I'm doing with the Lieutenant Governor that's really helped us get through this pandemic in terms of the community response, the partnerships, and the strategy for returning to school so that our community can recover as a whole. So, I know she didn't mention a lot of that, but a lot of those people she talked about as frontliners, a lot of the issues she's talking about the economy recovering, that hinges on the ability to get schools open as well. So, we're thankful that she trusts us and enables us to work directly with the agencies and with Lieutenant Governor, because we really, I think we're strong and we're capable, and we don't attract a lot of attention when when things are working right. So I like that part of it. And as far as facilities goes, Simon Sanchez is moving forward. Later this month, we should have a public meeting to let the public know and be able to see where we are with the design. But we're also working on the master facilities plan that we also will be more public. This next month will be more public engagement around that plan as well. So I'm glad to know that she is paying attention to getting Simon Sanchez done, because that is our shared goal. Get Simon Sanchez done, but we have so many others facilities that are going to be next in line. So we're working with them to get the master facilities plan done. We're going to share that with the governor and her team, hopefully in the next week or so. And then, when that master plan is done later this year, hopefully we can talk about, what's next for the improvement of the school facilities. So we're very glad. So I think later in March, Governor, we're going to, be able to share where we are. 30% of the design should be done. And, that's going to be, excellent to let our people know that, a lot of planning goes on behind the scenes, but there will be visual rendering of what, we see coming in the future. And we're looking forward to getting that done.
All right. Thanks a lot, John.
Okay.
Oh, John, sorry, real quick. We got a message. Is Power School down?
I have to check my text messages to see. I wasn't aware of it, but I know that sometimes we do have that issue. And so, if so, I know our tech guys are working on it.
All right.
Okay, appreciate it, John.
We'll let you go back to listening to Tupac.
Yeah. We're going to find out if the governor's a Tupac fan next. Okay.
Stay safe.
Thank you. Hey, viewers on KUAM TV, jump on to our Facebook Live feed or right here on the radio. There's also a Docomo Channel 10 audio stream as we're getting ready to go in with Governor Lulian Guerrero right here on the link. On the radio side, that's part of our multimedia broadcast here on the link. We're KUAM FM and Hagatni Guam 93.9 on the breeze. Viewers on KUAM TV, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta. Adios. And we are back, and we'll just get right into it and head right back into the KUAM News Zoom room where Governor Lulian Guerrero is standing by. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. So we got the news this morning.
Good news.
Yeah. The House passed the American Rescue Plan. The president is expected to address the nation tomorrow, Guam time, to sign it into law. It certainly has to be, I guess, a sigh of relief, at least for you, Gov. We still anticipated to receive $661 million?
It's a shot in the arm for our economy, Sabrina. It is really a bridge till we get ourselves back on our feet, because this is not a sustainable way to run our government. And as I have always said from the very beginning, it's an interim bridge to get us back on our feet. And what I envision happening, and I've been discussing this with GVB and of course other key stakeholders in our economy, the Guam Chamber of Commerce, the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, that it's to sustain us for, I would say, maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years, till we get tourism going again. And a great focus and attention is going to be made on diversification of economy. I'm really excited about how we've already jump-started our aquaculture. I mean, 1,000 pathogen-free shrimp a month is already being distributed out there, and there will be more. And I know that investors are coming to Guam for just that, because our partner in the aquaculture program is saying that they're coming. People from Taiwan, people from Singapore. So in my whole speech also, you heard about how it's very important to get the building permit license processing very efficient. And I'm very I'm very excited about the aggressiveness of moving it to digitalization. So what would happen is it'll be uploaded and every agency will now see it right away. It's not like, okay, let's wait for, EPA to finish and then it'll go to, I don't know, DPW, or then it'll go to GPA. Everybody could see it at the same time so they can work on it at the same time. So I'm excited about that. Things for our island, Sabrina, are doing really good. I know there's criticisms out there about me taking off my rose-colored glasses, but I'll tell you, I do not have rose-colored glasses on. This is what's happening in our island. I have a 20/20 vision. I just had cataract surgery 3 years ago, so my lenses are very clear.
Gov, do you have 20/20 vision or 20/21 vision?
Anyway, these are things that have happened. You're part of it. You guys know it. You guys report it. You guys were very influential in the mask mandate. All the various innovative, creative ways that you were doing to have people wear their masks. So you know what's going on in our community in terms of the pandemic. In terms of our economy, you know what's going on. And again, these are my plans, our administration's plan to grow our economy and move it forward. So this $661 million is going to help. And it's going to be prioritized, of course, to make up for lost revenues. What that means is that an agency who hasn't been fully funded because of the revenue shortfall, they need to let me know how much is that so we can help provide that funding source so they can deliver a complete and comprehensive service to our people. It also means, like, for example, customs and quarantine. Their main source of funding is the fees that come through the airport. We know those fees have gone down. And we know that they will have shortfall as a result of lost revenues due to COVID. GVB, our tourism, is one of the biggest ones. We've been getting $44 million from Tourist Attraction Fund. I think it's down to $8-9 million. So those are some of the things that we are already in discussions, and already GVB's on it. I just talked to the chair of GVB the other day, and of course, former Governor Gutierrez from GVB, Jerry Paris, Sam Shinahara, all the key players of tourism, as to how we're going to move forward to reopen and recover our tourism industry. These guys are on top of it. So this 661 is going to help them right through that period where there is going to be those lost revenues. So I see it, like I said, in 18-24 months, as that's what they predict is going to be needed to get it going. And of course, like we always say, it's also very dependent on how the other countries are doing. And I know Japan just started vaccinating. I know South Korea just started. I don't know if Taiwan has already started, but these guys will get on their vaccination, programs and get vaccinated. And hopefully, we can see tourism coming back by, middle of next year, end of next year.
Former Governor Gutierrez, who is also the permitting czar, had said he told us a couple times that he's asking for $20 million out of this aid package on top of an additional $18 million to fund this reconstruction of Matapang Beach Park. Now that we're getting the 661, is Uncle Carl going to get his $38 million?
He will get the $20 million. He will get whatever's needed to bring back our tourism. Serious.
Right.
Tourism, serious. And you know what I think? Our attraction is going to be unique than, say, in the United States, because we can come out and say we are safe here. 80% of our people are vaccinated. We're targeting that to be like at the end of June. I hear President Biden is targeting herd immunity by the end of June. And I sure wish they do, because those are also our returning travelers coming from a very risky coronavirus infested country. Not just the basic coronavirus, but variants. So anyway, I just want the people to know that the actions that we take and the decisions that we make are based on science, they're based on data, they're based on advice from experts, from the business community, from the medical community, from the economic advisors, and so on down the line. We are getting very competent advice, and we are getting very competent experts, not just locally, but also federally.
I wanted to ask.
So we're very fortunate. I just want to say we're very fortunate. And yes, I am so sad that we lost 133 lives that probably should have never been lost. But that's the nature of pandemics. I am also very encouraged that our people of Guam cooperated tremendously. I mean, you go out there and everybody's wearing masks, except for a few naysayers, right? But even if we vaccinate those naysayers, that'll be great. That'll be great. It would protect our community. It would protect us, yeah.
Gov, when you talk about, oh, go ahead. Sorry. No?
Well, okay. I wanted to get your reaction to senators that are, with the anticipation of the $661 million, they keep asking, we want details. Other than, just talking about it. Okay, we know some's going to go to tourism, revenue loss or lost revenue, but what about the details? When CARES 1, we saw the breakdown of the $118 million and where the administration's priorities are, but what about the 661, and what's your response to them?
So the details are coming. I have already asked my fiscal team, Sabrina, to give me the details. There is already the template that we are using, the same template as we are using that we did for the Coronavirus CARES Act. Of course, the Republicans are going to oppose it and be critical. Not one Republican voted for this American relief package, even when 75% of the people in America supported it. So, that's politics. They'll be there as criticizers. That's fine. Criticize all you want. But I am going to do what's the right thing to do. And the details of it will be coming. I already told the senators, the speaker, and other senators that once we finish with the details, we will give it to them. Once we prioritize what we're going to do, we'll give it to them. I don't understand this whole thing about not being transparent. I guess it's a default argument for the Republicans. But I am as transparent as, can be. These are money of the people, Sabrina. This is not my money. It's not my money. And why would I not be transparent? That's what I would ask. Why? Is it because I don't want to share it with them? No. The more you share and the more you communicate. I told Jim this. I said, Jim, pick up the phone and call me if you have any questions. Pick up the phone and call me.
Gov,
so I am very transparent. Right. I don't know where their justification is on that.
Gov, when you talk about giving the details over to the legislature, do you think they should be more involved in having a say about where any of the $661 million is going to go, or are you content?
Sure, they can. You know what? They can come, we can meet, tell me. I already told them that once I put my priorities forward, I am going to give it to them and I'm going to ask them, hey, is there anything here that we're missing? Because listen, I don't want anybody missed. I don't want anybody not included in this. This is about our island. This is about our people. I have no justification for holding any of this back. Serious. It's money. It's from the federal government. It's from tax dollars. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Gov, what about the Dr. Cabrera, Dr. Shea, PXC? What are your comments on that? We talked to Crystal, and she said that you were planning on signing off on Dr. Cabrera's complaint. Might be, right? Likely. Yeah. Likely would be signing off on it.
I don't know. I haven't seen a Dr. Cabrera complaint, so.
What are your thoughts on that kind of back and forth between Shea and Cabrera, though?
It's a situation that the two of them have to work out. I think there's valid points on both sides. I think especially more important is that when professionals go out there and speak, that they should speak from accurate information. Mm-hmm. And they should speak from accurate science and, again, evidence. And, like Dr. Fauci does. Why do you think Dr. Fauci is very well respected? He has the credentials. He's an expert. And he sees both sides. And when he talks from facts. So it's very important for me that any medical expert or any scientist out there that speaks need to make sure that their information is accurate and can be justified with science. That's my whole thing.
I wanted to get back on the 661 million, and just a question on in your State of the Island address, you did mention using some of it to build a new hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my thinking on that, Sabrina, is this, right? This whole pandemic is driven by our protection of our healthcare center, of course, and our protection of the lives of our people and the health of our people. But if we don't do that, it would impact our healthcare delivery system. And this pandemic has shown the significance of that and has shown the potential outcome if it would happen. And so these monies are to be used for negative impact as a result of COVID. And our facility had to be retrofitted and re-electricized, or whatever they say. They redid the electricity so that they can continue to provide ventilation to people that are sick, and not just in ICU, but in other parts of the hospital. And so it was very evident that we needed to really upgrade and improve our hospital. And so I am targeting at least $300 million set aside for this new hospital. And it's very much, I would argue that it is very much related to COVID, because I'll tell you this virus or variants of this virus or another emerging infectious virus is going to happen. It's going to happen. So we need to be as prepared. It's just like typhoons happen in Guam. These pandemics are going to be happening. And so the more we are prepared to provide the healthcare service for our people, the better. And I will justify very hard that these monies is exactly what is going to be used for, to build a new hospital. And I am going to get a new hospital, Sabrina. I am really work hard. I already told, I saw Superintendent Fernandez on your show just right before, and I told John, we are going to build this school, Simon Sanchez, and we are on our way. We've given them the money for the A&E design. They're going to have to work with the community to find out, how best we can build this hospital for their needs. And I'm going to make sure there's going to be windows in this, in this school. There's going to be windows in this school. Believe me.
In case the aircon doesn't work, right? Is that what you're saying, Gov?
What?
In case the aircon
What?
doesn't work, there's going to be windows so they can ventilate.
Absolutely. Hey, when I was growing up, going to school, we didn't have aircon, and the school system, right, produced some very good leaders, very successful professionals.
Maybe we need to take out the aircon in the schools then, huh? Put back louvers.
No, not louvers, but it has to. You're right. It was louvers that we had.
Right.
Those little glass louvers, the slats.
Gov,
Anyway.
what about the RISE Act? Are you planning on using any of the $661 million?
They were talking. I need to look at the RISE Act with my legal people because it was also contingent on federal monies, right? But I will say this: the EIP. I don't know if you guys are aware. The EIP will give $1,400 to single filers with $75,000 and below salaries. It would give $2,800 to joint filers with salaries of $150,000 below, right? What is added to this is it'll give $1,400 to every dependent in the household, regardless of age. So even adults. So that's really, I think, very generous. And they're saying this piece of legislation, the American Rescue Plan, of course, by the Democrats in Congress and will be signed by a Democratic president, is very liberal. But it is because people have lost their jobs. They don't have money to put food on the table. And so they're saying that 20% of the Americans will be lifted out of poverty. And I am also saying that will also reflect in our people here. So you have the PUA, you have the EIP, businesses will continue on with the PPP program. There's specific funding just for restaurants. There's specific funding separate from the 661 just for education. And I don't know if John mentioned the amount, but there's billions given to high school and elementary, even to non-public schools like your private schools. They are also given, I think, $2.5 billion. They have to share it, right? And I don't know how much it is for us, how much that trickles down to us. John will know more of the details, but that's separate funding from the 661. It's also separate funding for healthcare. And also, I think there's some funding for premiums. I'm not sure. I need to relook at that again. But there's a lot of details that we have to go through with this American Rescue Plan. And I'll tell you this, I was very nervous in the beginning because I wasn't seeing territories in the bill. And so I worked with, of course, our congressman, and I worked with former Congresswoman Madeline Bradalio, who has really good friends in Congress. And she immediately picked up the phone and talked to Speaker Pelosi and talked to Senator Macy in the Senate, Senator Feinstein, and made sure that territories are included. And they called her back and said, Madeline, territories are included. So I am very happy. And if you also listen to the national news, they're now saying states and territories.
Nice.
I count that.
We got to tell Marjorie Green about that, Gov.
Oh, yeah. Can you, Chris? I heard she's a friend of yours.
I ain't that crazy, Gov. Gov, we wanted to ask about, because you talked about former Congresswoman Madeline Bradalio, and I know Senator Moylan has a bill that's trying to eliminate the D.C. liaison office.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know why Jim is doing that. Maybe it's because he had experience from the past liaison person who I heard through media, never even stayed in Washington, D.C. and was living in California. But I'll tell you, my governor liaison person is a hardworking woman. She is. You know how Congresswoman Bordallo is. You know, she walks those halls. And I'll tell you this, Chris, which is very critical, I think, in terms of our presence in D.C. When I went to the Pentagon, my gosh, everybody knew former Congresswoman Bordallo. Hi, Madeline. Nice to see you. The Department of Defense, the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs.
Well, speaking of
my government liaison office has done a lot in terms of DC politics. And to top it off, Chris, our office is right above the National Governors Association office. And the National Governors Association is a very powerful association that moves policy. And she would go down every day and say, make sure territories are included. Make sure territories are included. And the guy, Bill McBride, I think already, Madeline gives him Roschetti and Gujaria every day.
Not Chamorro chip cookies?
No, I don't. I think she likes Roschetti.
Gov, if you could, because I know you kind of brushed on it, but could we get your comments and your take on Congresswoman Green's comments about, not wanting any American taxpayer dollars to come to Guam?
I know, I think it's a total ignorance on our part. And I text Congressman Nicholas, can you go there and educate your colleague and tell her that, we have the highest per capita deaths to fight the freedom of our country. With the highest number of military people to fight for freedom for our country. We are here risking our lives being the national security gateway, right, of our country. So I don't know. I think even the Republicans there are a little bit leery about her.
Gov, I'm glad you mentioned the Department of Defense, because yesterday the Senate Armed Services Committee held a hearing. Today, the House Armed Services Committee held a hearing on the Indo-PACOM region, the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, and the Guam Defense System. I'm wondering if you had any thoughts on what's being discussed in Washington regarding, preparing Guam, and Guam being the centerpiece of this defense strategy with this defense system they want to put here to deter any threats and send a message to China.
Right. So I know they're talking about the AG's system. And actually, Admiral Davison had informed me about his vision on that. And of course, it's to strengthen the Pacific deterrence initiatives, right? And so as he described the system, right now with the THAAD missile can only, this is my simple understanding, it's only one shot, right? Whereas with this Aegis, it's 360 degrees. So the bottom line is that it'll strengthen protection. And I've thought a lot about this, and I've even thought of it thinking back about when the Spaniards came and when the Japanese came. Our island had no defense, right? I mean, I think in the Spaniards, they shot a gun out already saying, hey, we give up. And with the Japanese, we know the story about with the Japanese. So strengthening that defense, I think, is going to give us much, much more protection against the threats and forces of China and North Korea. And so I am supportive of that. The more we can to fortify our island. We're already, Sabrina, we're already vulnerable. We saw it. The Spaniards, the Japanese, I don't know if you want to become Chinese governed island. I certainly don't want to be a Chinese governed island. But this is where I'm thinking. I'm thinking more national security. I'm thinking more protection for our people because we are already there. We are part of that threat. Even if we say, all right, you military people, go, leave, we don't want you, and they leave, who do you think is going to come? And do we have military forces to fight against the Chinese or to fight against, that's the thinking. But also we have to make sure that they also protect our waters, that our environment is protected, our culture is protected, and so forth. And that's why you have rules and regulations set forth that are signed to make sure that they do follow and comply with the laws of cultural preservation, cultural, sustentation, and so forth. So,
Gov, I wanted to ask with the 661 million, people have been talking about some of the hiring being done by your administration and some of the pay adjustments, but with this infusion of the hundreds of millions of dollars from the feds, do you think that those people who talk about having to be fiscally responsible or cutting corners or downsizing the government, do you think those points are moot now that we're receiving this huge injection of federal money?
This 661, Chris, I'm going to treat it very conservatively. I'm not going to say, oh, okay, open the doors, everybody come. No, because I know that it has to be sustained. So if I hire more police officers, and if I promote more police officers and promote fire department people, or I hire more public health people to stand up a Bureau of Emerging Diseases, I need to make sure that it can be sustained moving forward. So that's my answer. Those pay adjustments went to DLC, DYA. We're looking at the nurses for pay adjustments. We're looking at the teachers for pay adjustments. Those hiring that I have done in public safety. I have done in public health. I have done in GMH. We hired over 80 nurses from the United States to come here during the pandemic. And we use the CARES Act money to pay for those nurses. So I am going to use it conservatively. I am going to use it deliberately, and I'm going to make sure it's to improve the quality of life of our people.
Right. And Gov, just aside from the government of Guam, you did say in your State of the Island address that some of the 661 would be used for small businesses and nonprofit organizations. Can you talk more about that and I guess how much money?
I really like this relief package because it's not just going to government. It's going to businesses, it's going to restaurants, it's going to nonprofit organizations. I'm already talking to SHRM, the Human Resource Association. Hey, I'm going to give you money for if you need to do research about pay compensation or even survey about human resource. I'm going to help them, so it will go to nonprofit organizations. There's others, I can't think of others on the top of my head, but the fact that nonprofit organizations are also eligible is a really good thing. Small businesses already, Gita, Sabrina, we already have the infrastructure for grants, small business grants, individual grants, Salapi para Maazuda grant, Programan Salapi, all that. We have that. We have rent relief, which is a separate kind of funding. We have mortgage relief, that's a separate kind of funding. We have the paycheck protection program, which I have heard a lot of people. I think it was like close to 280 million that was infused because of that. And they're getting more. We're getting $85 million just for the small business initiative. That's separate from COVID, but $85 million just for Guam for the small business initiative. So there's this is the right time to be creative, innovative, and being an entrepreneur. We will help those small businesses and businesses in general. And we are going to work Chris and Sabina, to improve our inefficiencies in the processing of our permits, in the processing of our driver's license, our business vehicular registration. I just want to put a plug in, okay, about vehicular registration. Everybody that needs to register their vehicle, go online. My gosh, it only takes 5 minutes. I tried it. You know, you go, I'll tell you how to do it. Go to the safety inspection, get your car registered or inspected. It'll automatically send that result over to DRT. You get online, they'll register you. You print your registration right there, and then your tags come in 2 or 3 days. And it's not because I'm the governor of Guam, because there were other people that told me about it. Other people told me about it. And it wasn't my car. I don't have a car right now. It was my mother's car. I don't know who my mother, Eugenia Leon Guerrero, is. Oh, it's the governor's mother. Let's make sure it's efficient. No, it's efficient for everybody.
Right.
Just wanted to put a plug in for that.
Oh yeah, Daphne's.
Yeah, she's
just
big on the
awesome.
online.
Yeah.
Gov, you know, so
she's awesome.
So we had Lester down to the legislature yesterday, right, in the budget talks, and they're working out things with the budget. But I wanted to ask, are we going to adjust the revenues to reflect the $660 million from this?
No, we're still gonna go with the revenues that we project, and whatever shortfall we will, put that in to get them over the year. That's how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a question. This is actually from Nestor. President's next major initiative after COVID. There will be billions more in Fed funds available. The H2 approval for private sector was huge. Is your administration working on a wish list of shovel-ready projects?
Yes.
Okay.
Fisherman Co-op is a shovel-ready project. I'm going to get a fisherman's co-op also. I walk at the Paseo and I feel, man, even if I was a dead fish, I wouldn't want to be in the fisherman's co-op as it is right now. Because, and I'm telling the fishermen this, I'm telling the fisherman co-op board people, get it going. And so they already have the plans. They already have the design. The Port Authority is going to be the one to fix the shoreline, because they have to fix the shoreline. It's their responsibility. So Port Authority is going to do the shoreline. And then I think their fisherman co-op money building is about maybe 3 to 4 million. I'm not sure. I think it's 3 to 4 million. And Ken Flores is the chair of that project. Mm-hmm. And Ken is working very closely with Gdoe to get it going. It'll first, I think, stimulate fishing in Guam, because now there's going to be a really larger space for fish to be sold. And it needs, I don't know if you've ever gone there, Chris. It really needs.
I got to defend
I
got to say, I get all my fish at the co-op. I love those guys, a great bunch of people. But you're right. I mean, it'd be great to have an awesome new facility. Mm-hmm. But the dead fish that I get there, they seem okay.
I don't mean that to say the dead fish or what's being sold there is not good,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, though.
It's sort of like, yeah.
I know what you mean. Like my grandma said, but you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I understand what you're saying.
You mentioned the Port Authority. Okay, so they've been in the headlines, obviously.
Boy, are they.
Right. But I wanted to talk about the Port Authority in a sense that, Rory came out. He said that there's an investigation there, an FBI investigation into gambling. And, prior to that, we heard about the Airport Authority. Then it became the Guam Power Authority. With this online gambling on duty. What have you heard regarding Guam employees gambling online and on duty, and how concerning is that to you?
Of course, it's a concern. I don't talk to the FBI, so I don't know, what they don't share information like that. I do know that if there are those violations in the various agencies, I'm very confident my directors are going to do the right thing, and they're going to comply with investigations, and they'll make sure people are being investigated. They will make the investigative process go through and come up with the results, because it's we have to, because violating laws like that is not an acceptable it's not an acceptable behavior for our government. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of surprising, because when the documents came out at the airport, and then it said, whoa, 250 other people, from GPD, GFT.
Yeah. You know what, Sabrina, I'll wait for the results of the investigation, and I'm pretty sure my directors will act accordingly.
Right.
I have every confidence in them. Yeah.
Gov, what about the other comments made?
Okay, wait, can I just say one last question? Because I really got to go.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Go ahead.
Oh, no, Bree, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask about there's a judiciary oversight where they were kind of talking about some of the things that are coming out of these federal court cases relative to dirty cops, corrupt law enforcement, local law enforcement. And I know there are some things in motion, but I just wanted to get your comment on that, Gov. Is that a concern from you when you hear these things coming out of the federal court?
Absolutely. It's a concern. I want our government has to be of high integrity. Our government has to be trusted. Our government has to make sure that we don't violate any rules and laws that we've made. This is the only way our people can trust our government. And if violations of law happen, we have to correct that, and we have to put in the necessary processes to prevent that, whether it's improving our controls, improving, ways that we handle our services. That will be done. This happens everywhere, Chris, and I'm not saying that as an excuse. It's how we respond to it. And my response is, we will not tolerate that. Our people deserve a government that's honest, a government that's safe, a government that's compassionate, and a government that's prosperous. So those are the values of our government, and I will do everything, and I know my directors will too. I have every confidence in them, like I said, that if there are any of these violations happening, they will act accordingly and do disciplinary action.
Gov, we appreciate your time so much, and we really would like to have you come on the show on any type of regular basis. So maybe every other week, or we work something out. People love to hear from you.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Gov.
Thanks, Gov.
That's okay. There you go. What did she say?
Chris, you were also saying.
Oh yeah, Jay.
You were asking, and you said, "I wonder if she's a Tupac fan." Crystal actually, she messaged me on the side, and she goes, "Oh, she was wondering who Tupac is." But I know for a fact when I did that interview with her for Cruising with KUM,
right,
she is a big time Bette Midler fan.
Oh,
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm assuming she's a big time Bette Midler fan. Maybe not so much on the Tupac catalog.
Hey, I'm a Bette Midler fan. You could be a Bette Midler fan.
You could. You're right. Okay. I am a Bette Midler fan.
I almost got the Gov. I said, "Come on, Gov. Can we at least do like a couple bars?" Some say love.
Oh no, Jay.
But she wouldn't. But she does say she is a absolutely legit.
Did you ever know
that you go? That's the one.
Hero? You're everything I would like to be.
I can fly high.
Yeah, I can't sing that part. Yeah,
I can't either.
That was good. I hope we get her on more regularly.
There is a lot of wind beneath our wings now after that interview. We got a lot of information from that.
We did, and what the governor said about this relief package. She said, "I like it. I like it a lot," and it does kind of seem like with the $661 million that we could be sitting pretty.
And she said it's a bridge, okay?
Yeah.
It's a bridge. But, the $300 million for a new hospital? Wow.
Yep, this money's flowing. Money's definitely flowing. 8:48. We'll take a break, and we'll come back with... I know his ears were burning during that interview, and unfortunately the governor was pressed for time. We weren't able to bring Senator Moylan on, but he is standing by, and I'm pretty sure he's got some things to say. So we'll go in with him next on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. Hungry? Grab your phone, open the app, make the order. Done! Satisfy your cravings in a safe, quick, convenient way. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
A country that he serves in an island he defends, has a people that he's proud of and a family that he loves, and he hopes they understand why he does what he does. See, he's a warrior in a war that our country fights today.
I had to ask, because we haven't had the governor on. It's been, I want to say, well, it's definitely been a minute. When's the last time we had Gov on, Bree?
I think election night.
Oh, yeah, election night. That's right. General or primary?
Maybe primary.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Oh, guys,
Oh, yes, Jay.
We do have a bit of feedback, and we got the thumbs up, the three of us apparently, from our friend on the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, our friend Laura Nelson Cepeda. She goes, "Did you guys just really do a rendition of Bette Midler?"
And I can fly higher than an eagle.
Laura Nelson Cepeda, our friend from the Guam Women's Chamber, and she's also a GTA. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for
and
watching.
congratulations, she was elected president.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we got thumbs up from the big chief over there.
All right. Well, we are doing performances. We donated the proceeds to Uncle Patrick Palomo's fundraising effort. If you guys want us to do any Bette Midler, or what's that other song? The other day, there's that Josh Groban song that sounds exactly like "Wind Beneath My Wings."
You lift me up.
Yeah, doesn't that sound just like "Wind Beneath My Wings"?
Oh, okay,
Bree, I don't know if it was just me, but when I asked the gov, like, "Hey, can we get you to come on regularly?" Was that an eye roll or?
I don't know.
I got to go back and look at that. There's something though, right? It's not just me. What would you categorize that as, Jay?
I don't want to say eye roll.
Maybe like a ha ha ha.
Maybe like a wink wink.
You're cute.
You're cute, boy. Yeah, okay, boy. But she was definitely pumped up. You know, I mean, this is huge for her reelection. Honestly, that's all I see now.
Nice. Well, for me, okay, you can look at it in
let me just
that lens, right?
Yeah.
I'm just like, we need it.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying is that I mean, if you just look at the conversation 3 months ago, it was like we're freaking screwed, right? There's just no way tourism is not going to restart. Countries were still closed. They were talking about the revenues with the government of Guam, and it was doom and gloom. But I feel like the administration never really got serious about the discussion of furloughs or reducing hours or reducing costs, because I felt like they were just holding out for this huge relief package. And this is basically a $661 million blank check for Governor Lilian Guerrero, because she had said right there that they're not going to adjust the revenues for the government of Guam to reflect this $661 million. She also seemed to indicate and imply that she'll be calling the shots with how this money will be spent. She said that the directors, if they have shortages or needs or wish lists, even the mayors have told us that they've submitted their wish list for this relief package to the chief of staff. So she said that she's going to hear out these directors and other people and find out what they need. And then she'll then present that to the legislature. And so I said, how involved should they be? And she said, well, if they have any issues or they know anything, hey, reach out.
I would have thought that the wish list would have already been submitted.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, when people talked about with the speech and how it didn't have a lot of details, you would think that just because we already kind of been there, done that with $118 million of the CARES Act, that they would have already identified trouble areas and problem spots in the government of Guam, just to kind of throw the people a bone.
So she kind of did, right? So just based on that interview,
right?
So 20 million GVB,
right? There you go, Uncle
300 GMH. So that's $341 million left, right? So I want to know where the rest of that's going to go.
Right. And she was, she also seemed to, kind of what I took away, just reading between the lines, was when we asked her about the RISE Act, she kind of was talking about the stimulus, the stimmies that are included with this relief package. And I don't know, I kind of got the feeling that she was maybe implying that should be good because you guys are getting $1,400 and then it's an additional $1,400 per dependent in the house. So that's kind of what I took away from it, that those of you guys holding your breath on this RISE Act, keep holding your breath, because the federal government is going to kind of step in with this stimulus, and that I feel like the administration is going to be like, oh, well, then we don't got to worry about RISE Act because you guys got $2,800 or $1,400.
Yeah, but when Lester Carlson was on here, I think it was in January, he said, well, it's a law. So,
well, there's a lot of things that are law.
He seemed that we were going to pay it out.
I remember there was a law about giving $10 million to GMH. I'm just saying, a law ain't even a law anymore. But, and just in continuing to unpack this interview with the governor, we were able to ask her also about one of our pet issues here, which is this corruption in the local law enforcement that's being cited by the feds in federal court. And she said, hey, my standard is high, that she takes it very serious, and that, she expects people under her watch, under her leadership to behave a certain way.
And hold people accountable.
Yeah, and there you go. So there was just a bunch, and somebody she did kind of mention by name here. I think she wants you to stop writing letters and maybe pick up the phone. From what the governor had said, Senator Moylan, good morning.
Yeah,
good
morning. Yeah, just call me,
Yeah.
Zoom me. No, but yeah, that's fine, and I appreciate that, and I respect the governor's time. But also, I'm one of 15, and that's what Bill 11 is about. Yeah, I can come and visit, but do you want 14 others to come and visit too? Or Bill 11 is supposed to do that with the transparency issue, where we're all together as the representatives of the people in the Congress building, and to discuss with your directors or yourself in particular, if you so wish to do so. So yes, and I sat in her office before, and it was really nice with Senator Chris Duenas about Bill 11 and listening to the governor about the reasons why we should not introduce that bill. But there's still a chance for a veto. I'm sorry, she did veto, an override, and I think we should push that. There's $661 million, why we should push that. We saw 118, and basically we're referred to the computer report online that you can look at. Online, when you look at it, it's just the tip. But even our OPA has to wait to get answers on contracts, and we shouldn't. So now what are we gonna do with this 116? And I appreciate, I think your program was great today. I'm glad to see the governor on air with you folks, and you asked the questions like we would have in Congress too, and in the Senate here, and that's what we need, and that's what I was hoping for. There's no way we're going to remove the pandemic if it's still a requirement. Show us it's still a requirement. Allow us to ask these questions, just like you folks did. So thanks for having the public hearing with the governor. I appreciate that.
Yeah. What did you think though when I asked her if she can come back on? What did you see her expression? Because I'm not sure it was just me.
I saw kind of a smile. Yes, I couldn't read too deeply into her eyes, but it was good. It was very helpful to see and hear some of the plans. It's some of the plans that's what the State of the Island address could have been about as well.
I think we had a better State of the Island address here this morning than they did Monday night, right? Yeah.
That's right. I appreciate that. So we got the accolades for how well they've done that, and that's important. Where are we going to go for the future? That's what I was waiting for, right? At least you got some details on the half of this 661, the governor's consideration for a new hospital. I think, it's, yes, we do, but through government funds, I think there's other options that I will be proposing here to do. We've seen what the government has run in the hospital. It's not our, from the GMH where I was born on just above Hilton Hotel to the GMH where it is now, where my children were born, the facilities we just aren't able to maintain. Are we going to build another hospital? What do we expect? I can tell you.
She said she is going to
Done
build
deal.
a new hospital.
Done deal. Senator, I wanted to ask,
That was clear.
what did you make of when I had asked about how involved will the senators be in determining where this $661 million is going to go? It didn't sound like you guys are going to be very involved.
Well, I'm going to be very involved. I'm going to be vocal about it. The governor has said before, and I believe she'll probably keep her same track record of what she's been doing. And that's our governor, okay. But the legislature, we need to give our input no matter what. I understand that's federal funds, you're in control of that, but we can still voice our opinion. You mentioned the RISE Act, and also prior to that, we had Gdoe y Mangafa. In addition to, that's federal money that was used. The first bill, the first public law from Senator Amanda Shelton identified shortfalls in the federal program with the stimulus funds under the Trump administration, right? And so we funneled money into that where the shortfalls were. That was passed into law. And then the RISE Act, right? Again, passed into law, identifying some shortfalls that we can help with immediately. $661 million, we can help more people. There was a comment about, we're going to get $1,600 from the federal government check. That's it? I mean, of course, we're thankful, but $1,600, we have 661 remaining, right? 661 that we can do more with. The governor mentioned the American Rescue Plan. Well, Governor, you have 661 million for the Guam Rescue Plan. And that's where I think some focus should be. And that's where the legislature has to come in and just say a few words, okay, about that.
Just a few, though, it sounds like, is all you guys are going to be able to say. What do you think? Senator, so she said also that the revenues are not going to be adjusted to reflect this $661 million. It's kind of a burn deal for you senators, because you're going to be left trying to come up with a budget for our local chump change, and Governor Liu is going to have 600 or 300 whatever million bucks to put where she sees fit.
That's correct. And it's not right. But like legislation was done with the last one with the RISE Act, and it passed into law, lapsed into law. There's a vehicle that we can do something about that, similar in that fashion. And I have a plan that we'll be looking at here, and we're ready to go with. And then when it comes down to the budget hearing, it seems the governor's priorities is the lost revenue for the government of Guam. The government of Guam, whose budget, whose staff was allowed to work from home for close to a year, 9 months or something like that, when 30,000 people either lost their jobs or reduced in revenue and wondering when they're going to come back, that are surviving on PUA, which is going to be ending with this current plan as well. Yes, it's going to get kickstarted, but again, it's going to end. And then we're prioritizing the government of Guam for their functions. Yes, I get that. Prior to the pandemic, how was their functioning then as well? These problems existed, but the permitting, right? These functions, or these lacks of functioning of processes, were there prior to the pandemic. Thank goodness we had the almighty permit czar coming on in this time. But I remember prior to that, we had private business people giving ideas on how we can fix this permit processing that is delaying what we really need for the government to survive. And that's the small businesses to generate the BBT and hire employees. We knew that before, and now this is what we're trying to prioritize this money. I think the prioritizing of this money should be into the public's hands, so we can regenerate the BBT process and circulate these funds. You want to put, the governor's mentioned these programs are already identified, but you got to qualify for these programs. That's the problem. If your business doesn't meet certain criteria, you're not going to qualify. If your income doesn't meet a certain criteria, you're not going to qualify. If you have some property that you haven't built that's along a cliffside that is, you can't build on, but because you have that, you're not going to qualify as well. That's the requirements of the federal government and these programs that are existing. So with $661 million, identify those shortfalls and put it back in the public's hands so they can pay their rent, their utilities, and help their families out with food on the table. You're going to wait for $1,600 to come in from the federal government? I can tell you that's not going to be enough. And that's what we can do by circulating that money for the people. By the way, I got a public hearing I got to get to. We're just forgot about it. It started at 9 o'clock. Yeah. I hope I'm not too late. But we're this bill that we're talking about today is to extend a lease agreement for the Guam Port Authority to the Guam Customs Authority that was back in the 34th legislature that would allow 4 acres of land to continue so they can build their building and put in their X-ray requirement machines that would help us fight from invasive species and also drugs coming into the island. So that's something we're working on as well.
I want to change Uncle Carl's title to that. Instead of just permit czar, I want to add, what did you say? Almighty permit czar. Just, because permit and czar, the two words, they don't really go together, right? It's kind of like czar, that's up there, that's got the balls to it, right? But I mean, permit is like, what? Okay, so almighty permit czar. Right. I'm going to send that over to Carl. Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay,
looking forward to seeing the governor on your program in the near future again. Thank you.
All right, write her a letter about it.
I shall.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess it wasn't just me. That was cute, though. She did give kind of a cute look, like, yeah, okay, boy. It's 9:07, guys.
Are we gonna have to call in like an FBI expert in like forensics to like analyze like every
The body
pixel-
language?
Yeah, every pixel of that video and
I
interpret
think
body language?
it is what it is. It was just there. But you know me. Come on, guys. I always ask. It's 9:07 on the radio side, which is just one part of our multimedia broadcast extravaganza. That is the link where KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam, The Breeze, 93.9, Jason Solis.
Yeah, I wanted to say something because you were mentioning before we got into that that interview, Chris, with the senator. You were mentioning Patrick Palomo and like how we made a donation, and we highly encourage you to make a donation as a very, very good friend of ours continues to battle cancer.
Yes, man.
We do have a video.
Dude, Jay, they raised like over $50,000.
$55,000 in 3 days. You know, Kazendo was on the show the other day. If you want to watch the interview, it's very inspiring. It's on our YouTube channel right now. They set up a GoFundMe campaign with the hopes that they would raise $25,000 for Patrick's various, medical expenses, living expenses, everything he's going to have to do out there in the mainland right now. But Patrick actually is featured in a video we're going to play right now and sharing his thoughts on the overwhelming outpouring of the support from the community that he loves so much. So here are Patrick's words to everybody who has offered their prayers and their donations, wishing him well as he battles cancer.
Hey everyone, I'm really overwhelmed over all of this, and I just want to keep it simple and say thank you and Donkluna si Zeus Masi. And I just want to give a shout out to Kazendo and all the people around him and the committee people that have made this thing really go really well. And hopefully it embraces that thing about peace and everyone, pulling for each other, because that's the spirit that I want to run by. So just thank you very much. Zeus Masi.
And again, if you make a sizable donation to Uncle Patrick Palomo's GoFundMe, we will perform a selection from Bette Midler here on the link.
Yeah, and please go check out the GoFundMe page. I mean, times are really, really hard right now. Obviously, everybody's struggling. Money's very, very tight for a lot of people in our island community, but go there and read the comments and the well wishes that people have left. I mean, you're undoubtedly going to see someone in the hundreds of people who have given their money. Very, very uplifting, and they just share memories of exactly what Patrick has meant to them and continues to mean to them. There's a lot of people who donated, a lot of whom have been on the show.
Right. Are we going to jump into this congressman thing?
If we have
That was it,
time.
yeah.
Well, Ed Burns supposed to come on. I know he's wrapping up a Zoom training that I believe goes till 9, so I had him scheduled for around 9:15-ish or so. But if you wanted to just kind of jump into this thing with the congressman, what is it? It's a Gdoe. He's doing like a webinar with Gdoe, and I know that he got a guy. I want to say Clifton Kellogg or Mr. Kellogg from the Obama administration to kind of walk through some of these. There's a specific aid program that this Zoom webinar is covering with the congressman.
Okay, and we're going to take a
So Clifton, go ahead.
Oh, so I'm going to say, we can set it up, but we're going to take a page out of GVB's marketing campaign. I was going to say, give us a minute while we set this up.
Right, so Clifton Kellogg, he's the director of the State Small Business Credit Initiative, the SSBCI, under the Obama administration. And so they're discussing the Guam SSBCI program and ways to enhance the deployment of $85 million in small business supported small business support projected to be available on Guam with the American Rescue Plan. And of course, that was just passed by the House. The president is anticipated to sign it tomorrow Guam time, I believe, and he will be holding a press conference about it, which I believe we'll be carrying live on KUAM. So in conjunction with the Guam Economic Development Authority, the congressman is hosting this, a press conference or roundtable, there you go, with lenders and other business owners. So they're meeting to set up the lending component of the SSBCI program, which includes loan guarantees and other lending opportunities for business and financial institutions.
Okay, while Jay figures that out, I wanted to also kind of talk, and we're trying to get her on the show here, is Nicole Yamase, who I believe is just a couple hours away from beginning her descent down to the Marianas Trench. She's on Facebook. It's Nicole Yamase, Nicole Nicole, Yamase Yamase. I know that I believe that she is from the FSM, and she was able to get on the DSSV pressure drop, which is one of the ships that is going out to Challenger Deep in the Marianas Trench. So I follow her on Facebook, and really she's just a couple hours away from beginning her descent. So we'll try and get her on the show and maybe get a little more on this later. Jay, where are we with the congressman's thing?
Yeah, 10 more seconds.
Okay. And then also on the way on the show this morning, we're getting Gerard Afflegui of the Afflegui Collection to share a little bit more about his Chamorro cookbook and a lot of the other products and services that they have at the Afflegui Collection. He's a proud sponsor of the KUAM, so thank you for that, Gerard, and we're looking forward to that interview. Also, Ed Byrne is coming up here on the show to kind of, well, we wanted to ask him about the royal family. Okay, we actually just lost Gerard. Let's we'll get Gerard on tomorrow, as the time difference is presenting a little bit of an issue for him. It's 9:14. We do have to take a break, and we'll be right back with more of the show. And hopefully, if it works out, Congressman St. Nicholas and this SBBCI.
Actually, we're good to go now if you want.
Okay,
right, let's just jump in.
Let's jump in. Am I going on the Zoom feed, Jay? Okay.
So I suppose you would, one case that seems worthwhile is where the borrower might have additional collateral they could pledge to show that they are in it to stay. But you may, as a lender, already have a security interest in all of their collateral. So that's not always an option, but that seems to be one possibility. But it sounds at the heart of it, Ed, that you're trying to decide which borrowers were adversely affected by the COVID crisis, but are still fundamentally have a good chance of recovering when the economy recovers. And so I can describe it in words. I'm not sure I can describe it in numbers, but maybe I just haven't. I would have to think about it some more to try to come up with an even-handed way of handling different applications, different case studies that would say, this one is the kind that we do want to be able to use SSBCI money for because we believe it has, let's say, a better than 50% chance of recovery. And this other one that maybe looks very similar is not as creditworthy. That's, maybe, I think,
Mr. Kellogg?
Yeah, please jump in.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Melanie Gita. Perhaps an industry, there's data out there about industries that have been impacted greater by COVID than others, one of which is tourism. So perhaps there could be an industry justification. And then the second piece could be numerically, you could potentially look at the current liabilities of maybe the current liabilities. Well, there's I think multiple ways. You could look at the revenue interruption of a specific business versus like how that is kind of functions as kind of like an anomaly compared to their revenue on any other normal year. And then the current portion of liabilities and maybe just looking at current portions. So maybe you don't refinance the whole kit and caboodle, but you refinance a nice portion of liabilities. That would just give some breathing room to a borrower.
I think that's pretty clever in a good way.
Right,
Clever.
and so again, that was what was it, Bree?
That was a Congressman San Nicolas in conjunction with the Guam Economic Development Authority. They're hosting a Zoom with Clifton Kellogg. He's the director of the state Small Business Credit Initiative under the Obama administration.
So he was the director.
Right, with the Obama administration. And they're discussing the Guam SSBCI program and ways to enhance the deployment of $85 million in small business support, which is included in the American Rescue Plan, which, if you've been listening or watching, was passed by the House, and President Biden is anticipated to sign it. So they're also having another one, a second meeting tomorrow, also at 8:30 in the morning.
Right. So, Jay, if we want to get the link in the comments, or I don't know if anybody could just join, but this sounds like a great opportunity for business owners, obviously. I'm not a business owner. I was like way lost in that things, but we definitely want to make that opportunity available for you guys. It's 9:18. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with a cool little segment that we have for Mess Tomorrow called the Mess Tomorrow Masterclass, and that is next right here on the link.
Join KUAM and Punta Endoso
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers beyond our borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Today, does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
93.9 FM.
somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. And I know that you are feeling the way I do.
Dum, 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 you ready? That prop. Yep. I bet my grandma never thought there would be tomorrow EDM. But here we are. Nicole Leon Guerrero, Hogu, 925. Welcome to the link again. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
I thought you had something to say.
It is a good morning.
It
I
is.
was watching you two, rock out in various ways was very entertaining.
I appreciate that, Jay. I'm glad you like watching me rock out.
Yeah.
Thank you, GCC.
Yes, thank you. It smells so good.
They came through. They promised chef and his young apprentices. Oh man.
Yeah, because it really isn't about us eating this food here today. I mean, I get a lot of emails, man. I get so many emails, just thousands upon thousands. But for some reason, that one email when the subject line was like, GCC Culinary Academy restarts buffet with a takeout, I had to click on it because I felt the cry of the students. I felt them crying out for that attention, for that exposure. And, with this platform, we can do what we can just to amplify those youth voices. So,
And it is a wonderful program. I remember when we went there a year and a half ago, or before pre-COVID, and we did a whole show, a competition there. And they're so talented. And I was hearing the interview about how because of the social distancing and safety protocols, they had to practically cut the class sizes in half to 13 when typically they have over 20 students in the class. But I'm so excited that they are restarting the culinary takeout program, which launched today
right there. So we're gonna do the reveal of this plate, Joe, sir. Yeah, let's do it right now. And you know what? One thing that was is you're right. When we went there before the pandemic, I was able to talk to a bunch of the students there, and most of them were going to culinary school at GCC, but they were already working in like hotels or restaurants. So I thought it was cool how they were getting that practical, real life experience, because that's something that you cannot replicate in the classroom. But then also learning about these techniques. But it kind of hit me because with this pandemic, I know a lot of them, having worked in hotels or restaurants, were probably furloughed or laid off or on reduced hours. And so I kind of felt for them, and you could tell that they were glad to be back at it.
Yeah, and please, if you can, if you don't have any plans for lunch, they are having or dinner. They're having their lunch takeout, which is from 11 to 12:30, and their dinner takeout, which is from 4 to 5:30, and it's $10 per plate. And did he say it was like a drive-through situation? I think it's only like 150
150 boxes, and he goes first come first serve, and we're only making 150. That is it.
And let me just tell you, you will not find a better value for $10 unless they're an advertiser with KUAM. They have the best value. But we'll go ahead and pop this open.
Can we please get to the strawberry cream? I'm dying over here,
so
you guys.
This is they have weekly culinary themes, and so this week is Hawaii.
Oh.
Wow. What is this? This is chicken.
It's seafood lau lau. which is wrapped in a banana leaf.
Yes.
There's a little bit of brown rice. There's the huli huli chicken, which is the Hawaiian brought it. They one fried a chicken, hold up, broke the mouth because they're going to put the sauce, the huli huli sauce. It got a little sweet ting. Just like that. And then there's that's the coleslaw. I want to say,
Mango?
what did he say? Was it a mango slaw?
I think he said mango.
I'm just looking at the dessert. I mean, I love like good Hawaiian food, you guys, but that dessert.
Is it strawberry bread pudding? What is
It's
that?
something with strawberry cream.
Is
God,
bread-
sorry, chef. I probably blew our meals
No,
for the next
it's
one.
a breadfruit with a.
It's not on.
It's not breadfruit. Bread pudding.
Oh, bread pudding. I'm
with
sorry.
a
yes, with
vanilla
it.
strawberry cream.
Oh.
A chouzet.
So yeah, so they
And
have
and a fourgeois of the.
they have a weekly theme.
Yeah.
It's every Thursday except April 1st. Today it's Hawaii. Next week is Korea on March 18th. The following week is Japan, and then China, Indonesia, Thailand, India, and then Guam, rounding it out on May 6th.
Right on. And I had to tell him because Angela from the program came and dropped the plates, and I had to tell her, I was like, man, just being in the limelight like we are, there's a lot of people, they talk a lot of smack. There are rumors that Bree, I didn't really want to address this on the air, but there were rumors going around about us here on the link that we were on a diet. But those are just totally false. Totally false. We're not. So I'm glad we were able to partner up with GCC for today. All right,
But
sir.
we would not be proper Guamanians if we did not share our food with our friends, with our guests.
Yeah, that's why we're videoing it.
Yeah. So we're sharing it with all of you guys.
There you Take a go.
look.
I wonder if Mr. Byrne would like some huli huli chicken.
And we actually brought Mr. Byrne on. I told him the interview was about overtime and all that good stuff, but it's really just about that. We just wanted to get his reaction to the Meghan Markle, Prince Harry, Oprah thing.
Yeah, you didn't fool me, Chris.
I know. Okay, yeah. He's like, I'm tired of talking about Bridgerton, or let's move on to the Meghan Markle interview.
Yeah, like we're serious.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I would like the steak and kidney pie. And a kipper.
I got to Google what.
No, I'm not sure.
We have Ed Byrne, Administration Director, here in the KUAM News Zoom room. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Byrne. I know that you had been in training this morning. Was it a training or?
No, it was a investor presentation for the hot bond refinance.
Oh, how did that go?
It went very well so far. I mean, this was the first one, but this investor was certainly interested in buying the bonds.
And what kind of goes into one of these presentations, if you could?
Yes, I'd be happy to take you through it. There are basically three things that go into it. One is what's called the POS, the preliminary offering statement, that has lots of details about the offering and the terms and the repayment terms and how the indenture will look. Then there's a actual presentation that's sent to them in advance that summarizes the important things. And in this particular case, because it's the HOT, which is the hotel occupancy tax, information about visitor arrivals and what we expect to happen compared with what has happened over past years. And the third part of it is actually talking to individual investing companies and answering their questions. And that's very helpful for gauging the market interest. And of course, the market interest determines the price that these bonds will eventually be offered at.
Well, that was quite intriguing. How excited are you? We just got the news. $661 million.
Yes,
Christmas came.
Do you have enough ink and printers?
Yeah,
over there?
how's your check printing machine?
I think we need to get a new one. Some of our checks are still printed on a dot matrix printer, and we're trying to get away from that. So this is a good reason for doing so.
I guess
yes, 661 million is a lot of money, but it's supposed to last a long time, so we have to be careful how we spend it.
Right, and it sounds like the governor's already spent about half of it. I mean, for all intents and purposes, right, Bree?
Yeah, she said $300 million. She wants to go to build a new hospital, and she is going to build a new hospital. And the $20 million that Carl's asking for the Guam Visitors Bureau and whatever, and whatever else he needs, basically. So what the balance is 41 million. Do you have any idea where some of that's going to go?
Well, we still have some costs that we have to pay for that are associated. All of this is supposed to be related to costs that we're incurring as a result of the COVID pandemic.
Right.
And just to address your question about the hospital, I mean, what better use for COVID funds than to build a new hospital? I don't think you'll find too many people on this island that don't think that we should have a new public hospital, or at least have an investment in a public hospital that provides every service that we need. And if you took the COVID, GMH was the COVID nominated hospital, so that's certainly a good use of the funds. The rest of the funds, actually, BBMR are working on at the moment, but we've still got ongoing COVID costs that we're trying to pay for, and this will be more than helpful to get those funds paid.
Are you talking about that $20 million quarantine and isolation facility bill?
Yeah, we've still got a quarantine and isolation facility open, and bills come in every day from those facilities which need to be paid. This particular slice of funding, for the very first time, and this was requested by all the governors, including ours, includes revenue replacement, which didn't qualify under the first slice. So that will help us to pay for some things that we've been struggling to pay for over the last few months.
Do you have that list?
No, I don't. We're BBMR. I spoke with the Leicester Council this morning. We're still working on it, and he needs to present it to the governor. But it's intended that when it's all agreed, that it will be made public.
Do you have an idea though, like how much revenues we need to replace?
Yes, I mean, round numbers. I've looked at some numbers that have been provided by other people, including some of the autonomous agencies that we've had to make some assumptions on, and it's it's something like somewhere between 60 and 80 million a year. So depending on how you calculate it. So, I don't think there's, again, many people that don't think we've lost revenues as a result of the pandemic, and certainly all the other states have confirmed that they're in a similar situation. But as I say, it's very premature to talk about it. It's gone to the president. I understand the president is going to sign the bill on Friday afternoon his time. So hopefully we'll get the money very soon after that.
Ed, how's it going to work? Because the Gov said that the $661 million will not be counted as revenues in the budget talk. So can you kind of make sense of that for us?
Yes, I'll try. I'll try and explain it. The 661 million are federal funds, right? So the local budget that the legislature finally authorizes is only covers local funds. It does have to make some assumptions about federal matching funds, because the local funds have to match for not very many programs, but there are some programs that have federal matching funds. So the budget has to consider what the local match is to those federal matching funds. But you won't, other than that, the budget doesn't cover any federal funds, and they come through in a different way. And to us here at DOA, it's a separate fund that we account for as a separate fund of the government of Guam.
Okay. Did you have anything else on the budget? All right. I wanted to follow up on public health because, Arts and Augustine, and we spoke with Speaker Teresa Lahi. She said that the Department of Administration, they're still waiting for some timesheet information for DOA to provide to public health regarding their ongoing investigation into allegations that certain nurses that were assigned to the government quarantine facility were putting down extra hours allegedly on their timesheets that they weren't actually working. Do you have any update on whether?
No, I don't, Sabrina. Timesheets. I'm not aware of anybody waiting for any information from here. Timesheets originate in the operating agency. In this case, is public health. Obviously, DOA doesn't create a timesheet. It requires the input for the actual agency employee. If they need any information, it's all on the system as well. It's all recorded. You can see how many hours each individual worked on any particular day. So I'm not aware of anybody waiting for information from us.
Okay, so
And if they all need to let me know.
Okay, so you guys aren't doing anything, any audit, investigation, anything on behalf of public health into nurses?
No, the public health is doing their own investigation. If in the end that they find evidence of something that needs to be dealt with, the process that they should follow is, of course, for them to advise HR here at DOA of any proposed disciplinary action they intend to take, because they have to follow the rules and regulations for progressive discipline. Let's hope they don't find anything. Let's hope that everybody has behaved as they should. But if they do, they will report it to HR when they've concluded their investigation.
Okay, so as far as you know, and then HR, as far as you know, as of today, HR isn't doing anything for public health.
No, HR isn't.
Okay. So I guess we just have to follow up on what exactly Art is talking about then. How's the ERA program going?
I've got some updated numbers for you. As of this morning, I asked Bernie to update them for me. We've had 863 applications, 412 by email, and 451 in hard copy. And we're working our way through this. Everybody has access to these forms either on the website or hard copy here or at the mayor's. I think the process is going pretty well. I think it's actually one of the smoothest programs that we've been able to administer. It's not overwhelming, fortunately, with the number that we've had. And the team told me that they're confident that they'll be able to move to payments pretty quickly.
Awesome. And yeah, when Bernie was on last week, they were talking about, so this is just for the tenants, but eventually they were going to roll out the program for the landlords. Correct? Has that transpired yet?
Yes, let me clarify. Right.
Okay.
The payments will go to the landlords based upon the information that we get from the tenants. The utility claims will obviously go to the utilities, and they're probably the first people that we're going to be paying out because it's easier to identify. One of the issues that's come up, I think, that just needs a little bit more work on is that some of the landlords that the tenants have been reporting are kind of like members of the family. Like if you have a house and you rent out a room or two rooms, it's a little unclear as to how exactly that works, and there probably isn't a rental agreement that documents that. But that's one of the things that the team is working through, and I'm confident that we'll get those issues resolved pretty quickly. But the payments actually go to the landlords, so the landlords have to send in their information, which will be matched up with the tenants' reported amounts that they say they owe.
I see. Okay. So everything is still, wait, there's a deadline, right? There's a deadline to, that's the 19th, just so people.
Yes, there's a deadline for tenants to apply. Let me just tell everyone that, we're working, this program allowed us to make a lot of our own rules, unlike the HUD program that works under HUD rules, and they're much more strict. So we're operating under the Treasury frequently asked questions. The Treasury so far hasn't issued formal guidelines, but I don't expect that they will issue guidelines that are any more restrictive than what we're currently applying.
Okay. I also just wanted to follow up on the bereavement payout for people that died from COVID, and there was a certain amount that was set aside, I think, in CARES money for that. And I think when we spoke about it a while back, they kind of exceeded that amount. Are you guys still making those payments?
Yes, in fact, there's a payment going out today. The amount that was finally budgeted under the CARES Act 1, if we can call it that, was 1.4 million. And so far we've paid out, I think it's 126 claims. So we're just a few claims under that limit. Let's hope we don't have any more deaths, but if we do, I think that we would certainly consider that some of CARES Act 2 money would be available for the program.
All right. So, but people don't have to worry, right? If they did, okay. So that program, even though the CARES money is no longer there, they're still going to get be able to file a claim.
Yes, up to the 140 that the 1.4 million represents. We all pray that we're not going to get any more deaths. And in the last few days, we've only got one person in hospital at the moment with COVID. The signs are very good, but we won't need to consider that.
Okay. Is there any issues with payments or any outstanding issues with a hazardous pay? Is that you guys handle that?
Yes. Well, we handle it based upon the information that we get from the agencies. We've had, maybe I should make that, we've had a considerable amount of success with catching up with overtime, and that actually looks as a result of our intervention here. That looks much better. We do have some agencies that have yet to catch up with reporting for hazard pay, but we're on to them every week when we get the reports, and we will catch up and we will get it paid if it's due.
Is it just that these agencies aren't filling out the paperwork correct, or
pay was required to be reported on a separate form? When agencies report their regular time and overtime, that's in the system, so that came through much more smoothly. We asked agencies to report hazard pay on a different form because at the beginning we had 3 rates, and as we went through the program, the number of rates decreased, but we needed to know exactly which rate each individual was entitled to each day, and it could and did vary. So it was a separate timesheet. We just haven't got all those timesheets yet from each agency, but as soon as we get them, we process them.
All right. Was there any other information that you wanted to get out, Mr. Bone?
I think you covered most of the things that you normally cover. As far as DOA is concerned, we want to get these payments out. And again, I would like to acknowledge the hard work that's done by the staff of DOA in pushing these payments. These payments are the end of a long process in some cases that start with either recruitment or procurement and have to go through a system to the point that we cut a check or send out an EFT. A lot of people are involved. A lot of people have to cooperate with each other. I want to make sure that everybody understands the amount of hard work that goes into it and the amount of hard work that's done, and acknowledge that we're doing pretty well in getting these payments out.
All right. Yeah, but seriously, so what did you think of the Meghan Markle interview and with Oprah? Did you watch it? Did you watch it?
Well, you want the honest truth?
Yeah.
I watched it. I watched the first day, but I kind of fell asleep in the middle, so I had to watch the second half on a second day, and the second half was when the Duke of Sussex joined the conversation. If you're asking for my personal view, and please bear in mind that I moved to the States 35 years ago, so it's not like I follow this every day. They were presented with the task that perhaps they didn't feel that they were appropriately equipped for. The monarchy is an institution. It doesn't really matter who the people are. The monarchy is there because it's part of the British way of operating. There's no written constitution in Britain. The whole thing is based upon history and precedent. So if you're going to do that, you have to follow the precedent. And it's probably not going to work if you go into this kind of contract, whether it's a marriage contract or however you look at it, and expect that you're going to change the system or the system will somehow conform to you. Certainly not in a very short period. Over a period of time, it might change, and certain things certainly have changed with the way that the monarchy connects with people. I can remember a personal memory that when I first went to school, it happened to be the 900th anniversary of the Battle of Hastings in 1066, and it coincided with the 100-year anniversary of my school. So the Queen was scheduled to come and pay a visit to the school. And she did, except she was kind of late, and it was something to do with the traffic. So, the darkness was gathering when she came, but people came to, parents and all the pupils there waited for her to come because it was something that people would look forward to seeing the Queen coming to celebrate some historical event. And there were two historical events that happened that day. Even now, I'm surprised at the number of people, even this day of television and high definition television and all these interviews, the number of people that would line the streets in order to see the Queen or a member of the royal family. So I don't think you want to do something that's going to destroy that view that people have. And if you think that you're going to do it, you have to do it in a much more subtle way. And I honestly don't think that an interview with Oprah is going to change the British system.
Right. Yeah.
What do you think about Piers Morgan stepping down from Good Morning Britain?
I've not actually watched. Have you watched Good Morning Britain?
No, I haven't. But I did. I was reading this.
It may or may not be a good thing. Again, breakfast television was a new thing like I guess it was like 40 years ago.
I think British
I
television.
guess it's a lesson to us. I guess I'm never going to see either of you two get up and walk out of the studio, right?
I think I might have.
Yeah. I think British television peaked with Benny Hill.
Yes, well, that was many years. Well, my favorite was Morecambe and Wise.
Well, Mr. Byrne, you know, I got to say that I kind of thought of you a little bit when I watched the Meghan Markle interview because you were a British dude married to a Chamorro woman. And so I don't know. I mean, I just saw a similar parallel there. But I got to ask you, because you look pretty comfortable during the governor's State of the Island speech, what was more entertaining for you, that speech or the interview?
Well, you know, I was, well, I don't know if I was comfortable. It wasn't, you know, the chairs in the legislature can hardly be described as comfortable.
Right, yeah.
But I felt more involved with the governor's speech because it affects my day-to-day, and she was gracious enough to mention me.
Right.
See, Chris, now you're asking him to do an interview on our show to speak out about the Guam monarchy. Don't put poor Mr. Byrne in that position. Come on, man. He's a friend of ours.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Byrne.
I think I'll let others comment more on the interview. You know, maybe, you know, now they've got it out off of their chests, maybe it'll all go away, and you know, everybody can go back to where they were. Yeah. I guess there's a lingering issue to do with some racial comments, and the Queen has said that she will investigate that. But beyond that, I don't, you know, I think maybe it's happened and everything can go back to normal.
All right,
Yeah, I don't think she could go back, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're going back.
Oh, no. You mean not back to Britain, just back to normal.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, but I will try and watch Good Morning Britain next time I go back.
Yeah, he's like the administration director / our guy with the British perspective. Okay, and we'll see you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks. Keep well.
All right.
He's totally into it.
Yeah, he is. He was trying to play back like, no, I fell asleep and I had to watch it twice. But no, he was definitely into it, especially when he's talking about that memory of the Queen visiting his school during the anniversary of the Battle of Hastings.
What an honor that must have been. To be visited by, I mean, this is something that probably, I've always thought you can live in a somewhat structured government, right? A democracy, communism, whatever like that, right? You have elected officials or appointed officials, and then you have a monarchy where you have people that are descendants of a royal bloodline. Then you have something like old school Japan, where the emperor is like a living god, you know, to the people. So, I mean, could we, to be visited by the Queen, I mean, that's something I don't even think, you know, we can even fathom. I mean, I remember when I graduated.
We were visited by the Queen this morning.
That's true. Well, I mean, when I was graduating at Sanchez, right? My high school graduation, now Senator Joanne Brown was the keynote speaker. Back then, she was the director of GWA or EPA.
GIPA. It was GIPA.
Yeah, it was the EPA, but she was our keynote speaker, and I was like, wow, you know what an amazing treat.
I remember when Queen Mariah Carey came to Guam.
Oh yeah, and her dog is named Guam. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That was pretty
well,
amazing.
Remember, I believe he's now retired, but
how about when Tommy Chong came to Guam?
Yeah, but remember Sergeant Phil Dennis, the great member of GPD for like many years. When he came and he spoke at Maria Ulloa Elementary when I was going there, that was a massive treat because this was this guy that we as public school kids saw on TV telling us, "Be good, kids. You know, like we want to make sure you guys are, you know, you and your families are safe." And when he showed up, that was like a huge deal. It was like Elvis came to campus.
Remember when President Bill Clinton came to Guam?
When Clinton came here.
I covered that.
Well, a friend of mine that worked at the Hilton, remember Christy Swanson, the actress? She was she played Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
What?
She
No, she didn't.
No, in the movie.
Oh, she was in the movie. Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, there's food over there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jason.
No, but apparently, so Christy Swanson. Long story
That's
short,
Bree saying, "Shut the hell up." So we can play
Christy
this
Swanson is an
commercial.
avid diver, and she passed through Guam at least once on her way to Palau to dive and everything like that. And a few of my friends.
Her family owned Swanson's, right?
No, that's not that Swanson's. No, now you got me craving like microwave meals. But why would I eat microwave meals when we got this amazing food?
Where you could go to get the earthquake back in the day.
Swenson's.
Swenson's. Okay.
Swanson's. Wow.
Guys, we're going to take a break and come back and close out the show here and see if we're going to squeeze Jason for everything he's got. It's
There's not that much to go around.
Good morning, guys.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hungry? Grab your phone, open the app, make the order. Done! Satisfy your cravings in a safe, quick, convenient way. Make the dash to Uno Go now. uno-go.com or download at the App Store today.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Austin Saralou. You know, though, one takeaway from our interview with Governor Liu this morning. I'm really glad that she's looking out for the dead fish at the co-op. You got to go back and watch this interview. Some are already calling it the real state of our island address. By some, I mean me.
It was very informative.
It was way more detailed, and I mean, it is what it is. That speech, it's really just kind of like pom-poms, right?
How long do you think we went for that? That felt like maybe like a 35-minute?
It was about 35 minutes or so, but I mean, we appreciate it. We did ask, hey, can we just kind of make this a regular thing to get you on here to talk about? But she was in a good mood this morning.
Wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, $661 million, $1,000,000.
And she not only talked about, the $661 million, she talked about the Department of Defense and Indo-PACOM, Pacific Deterrence Initiative, which calls for the Aegis missile defense system here on Guam, and that's like a 360-degree air, land, sea missile defense system, as opposed to just having the THAAD. And so if you didn't have a chance to watch that story, it's probably a good idea that you do, so you're kind of familiar and aware of what the military is planning for Guam and how important we are to the defense of the country and being a deterrent to China. And the House Armed Services Committee actually is holding a hearing, or held a hearing earlier today. So she spoke about that, and she also spoke about the Congresswoman Marjorie Green.
Yeah.
And she didn't even use kid gloves when she talked about that. And then, was it Marjorie Green and Taylor Green, right?
I don't know.
Are they the same person? Are they the same person? The Marjorie.
Anyway,
Taylor
but she
Green?
said that, she's a friend of mine.
Yeah, and then because you were like, hey, Gov, I also want to get this thing about, like Guam isn't a territory. And she said,
Hey, man. Oh, and then she defended Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo and said that Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo, when they go to Pentagon, everybody knows Congresswoman.
She also seemed pretty definitive, as you said afterwards, Bree, about the possibility of a new hospital.
Yeah, she said $300 million out of $661 million for a hospital. And in previous interviews and stories, she indicated that she was working with the Department of Defense for federal excess land over at Eagles Field in Manila. And so she wants a hospital.
I was curious
and,
about that.
We need a hospital because with the Army Corps of Engineers report that they did over a year and a half ago, or it could have been last year, the GMH is falling apart.
And she even said, I'm paraphrasing her, but she was very, very stern when she said this. And she goes, this current pandemic we're going through, possible variants happening, or a completely different pandemic, they're going to happen, people. Yeah. And she goes, and we need to be ready. And out of curiosity, I like this past week or last weekend, I actually drove, I took back road. I was just like driving around to clear my head. And I actually drove past Eagles Field just out of curiosity, and I was like, man, there is a lot of property back there.
Yeah.
That whole place is like all jungle.
Yeah, I think it's a hospital and a central public health facility because, they don't have one.
Yep. But what I think one of the takeaways is, and we kind of talked about this earlier, is just politically what this means for the governor. And we're pretty sure we're going to be talking about this all the way up to next election. But I think this kind of makes her unbeatable in the next election because, people are on PUA, right, with this federal aid coming through. I think if she puts this money in the right places and people aren't out here lining up for meals and just hurting in general, people are going to be pacified. They're going to be happy. You're not going to have an angry electorate. But, if the election was held last year, like we saw with some of the results in the election, people were, those who did show up and vote were kind of like, hey, hell no. So I think that maybe that's why she was in such a good mood this morning, is because this really gives her a lot of playing room, and she was very clear that the legislature is going to be only really minimally involved in deciding where this money goes to, which I think is interesting. I think a more collaborative way to do it would, let's say like you have the committee chairs of the different agencies, they kind of hold hearings and determine the need as the appropriating body to decide where the money's going to go, because the authority, and again, she did it with the CARES Act. It rests solely with her. So this is a big blank check, and on what we can do in the public here and the media is sit back and hope that these funds get used in a way that's appropriate and in a way that benefits the people the most. 10-10. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job.
Good job, Jason.
Thank you. And looks like we're going to have a nice mid-morning meal, you guys.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, GCC.
GCC. And guys, again, and just trying to promote these kids at GCC, we just cemented the deal that we're going to be doing this weekly with them, all right?
Okay.
Just our way of giving back by stuffing our faces. Okay. Good job, Joseph.
What a team player you are.
I know. I'm just here to help, guys. Really, I'm just here to help.
You really took one for the community
every
there.
Every Thursday. It's $150. First come, first serve. $10 lunch, and it comes with dessert.
Oh.
The theme this week is
Hawaiian.
And they're basically doing a different country or
region every week, and they end with Guam in May. So, guys, we're good. I got lunch every Thursday on me. Don't even mention it. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And Joe.
Bye.
Happy Thursday.